some people?
Table time. Let's have a see what we roll this time.
Yeah, it took a little longer than I.
There it is.
I'm just going to put it straight onto the map so you guys don't have to waste time loading the other one.
What decision would the party have to make in order for your character to consider splitting off from the group? That's a hard.
Being shiny
that's a hard
shit.
Becoming murder
Yeah, so
hobos.
it's kind of a tenuous connection to begin with. But what were you going to say?
Yeah, well, I guess June's connection with the party is very wishy-washy at the moment, so not much would really tick her off. She's been through quite a bit, so. Probably if the party started collecting slaves, she'd probably distance herself.
Okay, so everyone's got their line. I think someone else might have already gotten that question. So if anyone wants to roll for another one, you're more than welcome to.
No, this hasn't been asked before. The one you think about was, who in the party does you trust most? That is the one. This has not been asked.
Okay, so Australia, what about you? What would make you consider splitting off from the group?
Oh, that's a good one. I think if the party would start considering basically killing others before talking.
Haven't we been doing that since day one?
No, because if you had, then we would have had a fight last time. With the
I don't recall
animated
us.
one.
I don't recall us discussing anything with the Monkey King. It was just fucking kill yourself.
Well, he started the fight. He talked with him, and what I recall, he tried to talk down. But the Monkey King wanted to play.
That's a more murder hobery enemies than you've actually been murder hobos yourself. Like there've been a couple of things that I think have cut you off and just started the fight. But yeah, I like the values we're drawing the line on so far. What about you, Seto?
Run. That's all. If Seto saw anyone running, it'd probably be more than enough to tick him off. Heroes are not supposed to run, because if they do, I guess in his mind, there's no one else to stand defend. So if he sees anybody running away from a difficult fight, he's just done with them.
That actually reminds me, Z's not on the map.
Yeah, she stayed back at the portal. Oh no, she's actually there. Yes, under the skull.
We're not running away. We're just advancing in the other direction.
Yeah, Seto doesn't care.
We are just retreating to fight another
It's
day.
more than enough to tick him off. It's just like the respect is gone, like 0. Hey, he's a strange cat.
Okay, so Seto sees cowardice in, even if you might think it's a tactical retreat. I think he's proven that definitely. No one's held his ground as firmly as Seto has against zombie hordes, against fire giants. Like, he's pretty much proven that one.
I'm not so sure. He seemed to be flying his way. He seemed to be running away into the lava.
Yeah, I don't know if you can call getting smashed in the head with a hammer running away. What about, we still got Sakura and Jerry. Is Jerry with us yet? No. So, Sakura, how about you?
there's a lot of things, honestly, that could that would make her like. I mean, she values the code, so anything against the code would make her be like, um, yeah. Also, betrayal. If anyone betrayed anyone else, that'd probably be a big thing for her.
Oh, you guys all seem to have such good morals going at the moment. Seeing as Jerry's not with us yet, who would like to give us the recap of last time? I think maybe Sakura, you might want to take care of it, seeing as it's your portal that we've stepped into.
It's her
Yeah.
story.
Well, we sort of got back. We did our baths and stuff. We got Estrella back, and she had a bath in the middle of nowhere. It was very interesting. Cessa thankfully agreed to help me to do my portal stuff because Sakura was too scared to ask. So we went through the portal, and we ended in this huge library, and it was really tall, very magical. So we spent some time looking around. We spent a lot of time climbing up, and we got to the top. There were like two sides. We went to the right side, and we found like a very purple room with lots of suits of armor that Sakura was like, okay, no, these are gonna wake up and try and kill us. And she did call it, but luckily she was able to defuse the situation. Then it was kind of strange because there were two people and it seemed like they knew her. And she was then escorted upstairs, up and up. They came across a room with sort of books in shelves with the phases of the moon, which she'll take a look at later. That's quite intriguing. And they got to the top, and she met her mother, and she found out that her father is basically a hippie in the forest, which she never knew. So she's learning some interesting stuff.
Yes, indeed, and that is where we will rejoin you guys.
Jerry
Oh,
is
welcome, Jerry. Good timing. Oh, okay. Well, let's hold thumbs that the internet holds out for you. Have we got you on voice today? Or... Okay, cool. So yeah, as we rejoin you guys, this pink-haired woman is just saying to her nerdy-looking assistant, oh wait, sorry, let me just actually grab my notes. But she is saying, oh, sorry, let me just actually open this up. Forgot that I had restarted my computer and everything's closed again. What? Sorry, bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I've got like 1,000 little notepad things with notes in them. I'm just finding the right one. at the beginning of the campaign there was like 1 or 2, and now there's so many. All right, sorry. So yeah, as we rejoin, she is going to turn to her assistant and say, all right, tell the chef to prepare his specialty tonight. We have important guests. And the woman will say, yes, Lady Sasama, and give a curt bow and then head off towards the stairs. What are you guys busy doing in this room while Sakura's been having the conversation with her mother, and they've basically just walked into the room to join you all?
Jin was probably looking around at just random knickknacks. That's about all she was doing.
Yeah, so you can give me an investigation check if you want to look into some of the, because there are some very fancy looking items in this room on display and on the bookshelves.
Sure thing. Why is that not working? Okay, let me just roll you. Oh god, it's all everything's starting to roll.
No, okay, no, that's cool. Yeah, either of those would have done. You find that these are definitely from all over the world. These are some of these places you can't even tell where they might have come from. But whoever is collecting these is clearly a collector and has been all over the place to find these. The books are listed from all kinds of different continents, and yeah, whoever is amassing this library has clearly been around, which makes sense, seeing as you guys have now at this point realized you are also on a flying sort of castle. That these staircases seem like they somehow magically intertwined and leading to different levels and whatnot into what aren't exactly extra dimensional spaces, but magically enhanced almost. So yeah, this just seems like one of the smaller rooms, probably a more private study and treasury. But Anaki turns to you all and says, right then, why don't we let them get to it? The chefs will prepare for us, and you lot can show me this portal you came through. I can give you all a tour on the way.
Sakura looks excited. She wants the tour. First will sort of look to her friends and then like questioningly, like with a look in her eyes, being like, "Please, can we go on the tour?"
Acceptable by pipe in just 6, sure. If that's what you want, you can go there.
Oh, there's some. Be a waste not to go on this.
She will give a smile and say, oh, well, fantastic. In here, as I'm sure you've already seen, we have some of my collection, some winged boots from Thega, the genie's lamp from the Iranian Empire, and just through here, and she walks across the room, opening the door into a passage and opening the door across the hall.
We lost Jerry. And he's back.
Oh. Okay, I think, Seto, have you still got permissions to control Jerry?
Nope. We revoked that last time.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do that again, so someone can move his token around. Shouldn't be too much of an issue for now. But as you're going into the hall, she will answer you, Jerry, and just point to one of the staircase, basically to the left of the hall that you're walking through, and she'll say, "Well, that leads up to the throne room, and then further up to the roof. But we are nearly at the top of the tower at the moment." And in here we have my private little garden. And you see, looking around, there are various plants. You can see some of them you recognize. One or two of them look very similar to the thing you saw in the alchemist's lab beneath Toto. And you can see some beautiful looking plants in here. Seto, these are where those smells were coming from. And you can see that she has clearly got quite the green thumb, that this place is well kept. She leans down and she picks up a small potted plant and turns back to you, and she says, which of you is the leader of your little group?
Sakura points at Seto.
June also points at Seto.
Well, she takes 2 steps forward and she hands you a small sort of a sapling of what looks to be a kind of a bonsai, and she says, I must admit I wasn't expecting guests, but as a small gift, I present this to you. Please, welcome to my home. And she will give you, I'm going to send it in the loot chat now because I haven't been able to actually make this item yet.
Bonsai pot.
It's a Zylewood bonsai.
Oh, what the hell?
And she will say, this sapling was actually given to me by your father, Sakura. I have been able to make many wonderful things with this kind of plant, and I would be happy for it to stay, I suppose, in the family. And she kind of grimaces at herself at saying that and just shakes her head as she gives you a bow.
I'll
Um,
Seta will grab it and he'll also bow, and he'll express his gratitude. And then he'll turn around and he's gonna pass the thing to Sakura. If it's gonna stay into family, I guess you should probably have it.
Or maybe she was subtle hinting at something else.
Well, the thing is, with that tree, I would decide who's going to keep it now. They are rather temperamental, and they do require great care. But I imagine that would be no problem for you. And you'll see when you read the description, that card should have just uploaded. You'll be able to see why.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, I see. Is there any like flowers in?
Yeah, you can see there are a couple of flowers growing. What are you looking for?
Just a simple flower.
Sorry, what?
Just a flower. Any flower will do. Not poison.
Yeah, you can see standing behind her. Actually, there's a small pond, looks almost like a water feature, but there are a couple of lilies growing on there.
If like there, like place my hand.
I mean,
on
like
it.
lotus
Yeah.
lilies, you know.
Yeah. Place my hand there and Druidcraft make it bloom.
Oh, that's such a
She-
cool item.
So yeah, she smiles and looks very impressed as she says, "Oh, it has been a long time since I've seen one of your kind. I." And she looks back to Sakura and she says, "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised."
Sakura looks at her questioningly. She doesn't understand what she means.
It's the same. She's confused.
Well, I'm sorry, you seem taken aback. How do you two know each other, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, son lost the general's daughter. Had to have a replacement. Or was the
Ah, well, these things do tend to happen in mysterious ways, but I'm sure it is good that you know each other. And at this point, Jerry will approach her and hand her a few small seeds. As she thanks you and looks at them, you see a small flash in her eyes, and she looks back at you with this kind of shocked look, and she goes, "Oh, uh, thank you very much. These, well, I'll be careful of planting these, shan't I?" Oh, you're not giving me-
What?
Jerry's trolling.
Wait, do the
so,
seeds do something bad?
so wait, what seeds are you giving her? It's not the beans.
Regular.
It's such a cute flower.
Pretty.
Ah, well, thank you very much. She will, yeah, she won't be as snarky about it, but she will give you a bow and thank you kindly, as she will walk over to the side and she will plant one of them and then also wave her hand over it and cast druidcraft to help it to you just see the soil kind of moisten slightly, as she doesn't speed it up too much, but you can see that she's helped the seed take root.
Oh, nice.
Well, yes, if you need any herbs or anything, please feel free to help yourself from here, but let us continue the tour. And she will head back towards the doorway. Yeah, is there anything else you guys are doing before you follow her, or you can just let me know?
Yeah, Juna's just currently smelling some of the flowers if there are flowers in that area, but
Yeah.
beyond that, she doesn't really do much.
Sakura's following.
She Okay, yeah, so she turned right there at the end of the corner. Sorry, I just realized you probably can't see her. And I mean by that I mean she went down.
So,
Sorry, I'm lagging out again. Did I miss something in the last few seconds?
No, I don't think anybody was really talking.
Okay. Yeah, so she's going to lead you to the other end of the room and point to a set of doors where she says, through here is a small aviary, but the birds are quite temperamental when we're up this high, so I think we might leave that for now, but if any of you have any interest in parrots, we can take a look, but I don't think it's really that interesting. And she kind of keeps on moving, just gesturing to the other door, saying, some props and costumes in here if you're so inclined, but I think the more interesting things are down towards your portal, don't you?
Sakura like tries to take a peek through through the keyhole of the door, like to the aviary. Eventually, just turns
Okay,
around and
you can give me a investigation or perception check. Okay, yeah. So you see that behind the first door there is another little door, like a little entryway for you to stand in, but it's just a cage on the other side, and you can see through it. There are what look like you can see at the moment one little parrot. I'm not sure. Are you actually on the map?
I finally
Okay. Cool. Yeah. So you can just uh, look inside there. You see that there are a couple of different colored parrots busy sitting on perches around the room, just chilling. Regular looking birds, but tropical birds.
Oh, pretty. She does wonder why her mother just randomly has parrots in the room.
Yeah, you can ask her. She'll just happily respond that they work well as messengers, and birds tend to be uh, a good warning sign, but apparently not when a group of strangers just wanders in through a blood portal. And she shakes her head as she says, "Follow me," and heads back down the stairs that you came through.
Yeah, Sakura will look a bit sheepish at that.
They will reply with strangers to some, friends to others.
Okay, so she heads down the stairway, and you guys find yourselves back in the library with all the symbols everywhere.
Sakura will look around a bit.
Yeah, she will give you an explanation in a second. Sorry, I'm just looking for the note. Ah, okay.
Estrella is currently spinning in place.
Some bards are good at dancing, what can I say?
Well, I'm currently on the bard symbol also.
Yeah, Sakura went and stood on the wizard one.
Oh, you guys are so diligent. Yeah, as you guys descend into this room, Anaki turns and she says, "Yes, well, you see, this is a very interesting place. This I call the Vault of Chronicles. There's usually a bit of a trick to it, but the the symbols here on the floor are in reference to an old poem. I don't suppose any of you know it."
Can June make a history check?
You can indeed.
Awesome. Where's my history now? There
Nice.
it is.
Okay, so June, you don't recognize what these things refer to, but okay, Australia keeps spinning. Are you doing that on purpose?
Nope. It's just the old one.
I just have to check. You know, you never. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So Sakura, what did you roll for your history there?
27, and my map just died as I went on top of Australia's chicken. I'm sorry. I wanted to see if
Okay,
my
that's
token would spin as well.
oh yeah. Jeez, when your map dies that often, don't try and test the glitches.
Okay, yeah, that's I thought it was like a special feature because it's the bard symbol. I was like, I wonder if it works on wizards too.
No, it's
No,
basically
no, that's
if you want to trigger it, you just push the up and the left or right button. Then you trigger it. But don't do it.
so yeah. Anyway, what you discovered with your history check was that the it is the poem that she's speaking of is called "The Seasons of Four." You have definitely read it. That refers to the ever-changing climate of the realm as time passes, which goes, "Hear my story and heed my call, or perish just like them all. A day flies like the wind if a month could only sing. The seasons would all then bring what none of us can think, eternity and hope in a land full of smoke," which is something you've probably come across in your at school many times, but it is also part of where you learnt dunamancy. All of the books in here there are many spell books in here, there are historical things, but a lot of them refer to the art of dunamis.
Oh, nice. She'll be a bit of a show off and recite the poem for her mother.
She is very impressed and says, well, at least they're teaching you well down there. Uh, it is quite a long way, and I gather you've already seen some of the lower levels. I'm sure we'll have supper down there, but for now we can use the portal in the middle of the room to get back down to the bottom of the library. You said that's where your portal was, correct?
Sakura sort of like looks into it, like, oh, there's a portal here. But yeah, she sort of she nods.
All right, well, everyone, don't be shy. Just put your hand into the portal and let it pull you in. I'm sure you've all mastered the art of water, being samurai and all that. And she kind of laughs as she puts her hand into the water, and you see her kind of. It almost looks like she's being spaghettified as she gets pulled into this little pond and disappears.
Please, Sakura, after you.
Yeah, Sakura will go next.
Okay, yeah, you You put your hand into the portal and it pulls you into it just the same. And you are zapped down just through this twirling blue light until you find yourself back at the bottom floor.
I'll follow behind her.
Okay, so one by one, you'll make your way in through the portal. Is there anything that anyone wants to do in here before they go through?
Yeah. Can Seto estimate how much would it need to him to go down by foot and just by running?
You want to try race them down?
Nah, it's just he not feeling too cozy about this rolling portally whatever thingy.
Yeah, I
Looks
mean,
weird.
you could totally be that guy that beats. I mean, you're so fast that you could probably beat the elevator if you took the stairs. You know.
Seto will take the
Um,
stairs.
yeah.
Through
So
that.
you'll probably get there last, but it won't take you all that long if you move in.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm a bit
Yeah, you know
curious, so I'm gonna try some my mage hand. That basically stick its hand in the water.
Yeah, the mage hand passes through it as if it's not even there. It actually lifts the water as if it just looks like a hand washing through water.
Oh well. Oh well. Guess I have to put my hand. Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah, and it will pull you in just the same. Seto, I'm going to ask you to give me either an athletics or an acrobatics check to see how fast you can get down, and how long it takes you to get back to everyone else.
Yeah, nearly 20.
Yeah, all right. So you manage to easily get down the stairs pretty fast, but eventually you come to that massive opening at the top of the library. What are you going to do when you get there? How are you getting down?
Just jumping.
Okay. Yeah, you just vault over the edge. So as everyone else, all right, let's change that. So as the rest of you feel this portal just plop you out gently onto one of the top platforms, um, you see everyone kind of looking around like, oh, that's pretty efficient technology. And a few minutes, well, not even a few minutes, a minute or two go by, and you then see Seto come careening down from the top, just, yeah, falling from the air. You're heading towards the portal. What are you doing?
Oh no, I was thinking more like just like pole vaulting, like jumping from side to side by going down. If you know what I mean. Not really like
Yeah,
direct frontal jump.
yeah, I mean, you can definitely try and. I'm not saying that you just jumped right into the middle of the thing, but yeah, you can try and do that. Give me one more acrobatics to see how well you can stick this.
Sure. Oh wait. Not
Cool.
very
All right,
well.
so you you can do this, but it's quite these are quite hectic leaps, and when you come down to the bottom, you are going to take a bit of fall damage.
Sure.
How much are you able to absorb with your monk slow fall thing?
I think around like 60.
Okay, yeah, then I'm not even going to bother rolling for it. You managed to just like absorb the impact perfectly coming down, and you are totally fine. But everyone else sees this full-on spectacle of parkour as you make your way down.
You're late.
Yeah, stairs will took a little bit time, I guess.
And Aki will look kind of impressed and go, seems your friends are quite skillful, Sakura. It's a interesting little group that you have here.
She smiles smugly, like, yes, they are. But she's like, Arigato.
Well, that is also quite some portal that you seem to have created there. I'm afraid I can't just leave that standing around. Are you all going to be joining me for supper tonight? I mean, I think if you are, I could show you a much simpler way home, and we could close this up for now.
Sakura nods for herself and she'll look to everyone else to make their own decisions.
Yep, June is happy with getting a free meal.
All right, well, fantastic then. And she'll say, Toyama, help me with this. And he says, oh, yes, my lady, and puts the book down that he's busy reading as she walks over to the edge, and they both turn to face this portal. And you see both of them start to make a couple of movements in unison. It almost looks like they're doing Tai Chi. And then they both at the same time unleash this blast of energy trying to dispel the portal. And yeah, between the two of them, you see this portal just kind of swirl, and this massive explosion of bright light from underneath, and the floor beneath you is transformed as the blood portal is evaporated. And you know, put your tokens down again so that
I'm pretty sure I know what we're gonna see now. We're gonna what?
no, it's just a normal.
Yep, exactly. It's Nikki and Ava.
Yeah, I mean, they both, it's just variations on the same map.
Oh, there were tables and stuff at the bottom.
Yeah, which you can see are kind of spattered with blood, and at the moment, actually, the other side of your portal opening is not a pleasant sight, as some of the tables are kind of strewn to the sides. But that monk that was just helping to do that, you see two more versions of the exact same guy go descend down the ladders, and they start rearranging the tables and things, putting things back where they were that were just thrown to the sides. A couple of books were knocked off the shelves, but they go replace them, and then um, you see them all sort of levitate back up into the air and give a nod to Anaki before heading up to the top of the tower. And it is just you guys now left over in this tower of books, but the blood portal is closed. Your way home now is a little bit tricky unless you're going to try and jump out the window or wait until she shows you the way that she's promised.
That's plan.
I mean, I can pretty easily jump out out of the window.
Yeah, I mean, she did tell you how to get to the roof as well, so if anyone's feeling brave. But she will explain, she'll say, this globe here, now that that's done, this globe here is what we use to control the doors underneath me. It can lead us to the Griffin Library, which is my actual home on land, and there are a few prisons and things that I've got a few less than less than friendly beasts locked up in. You know, some of these things you just need to keep an eye on. But across there, and she points. Can you guys actually see down to the lower level?
I can see.
Yes.
Okay, yes. So she points down then to the opposite set of double doors, and she says, "But Your way home will be through there, and I think we should perhaps we can go have a cup of tea while we wait for supper to be served. It is still rather early. I suppose it's only lunchtime, but you are all welcome to browse the books. I will bear in mind if you try to take any, they will be magically returned here if you try to leave. But let me know, and I can adjust the enchantment so you can keep it a little while longer.
Sakura will go looking at all the books, but she also perks up at the sound at hearing tea. She does like her tea. So she will say, "Okay, I have time for a short cup of tea, but then I have a lot of book searching to do." So she'll basically have a quick cup of tea and then spend hours probably just the entire time up until they go home, just looking at all the books and seeing what she finds. Well, excluding dinner, of course. She'll be there for dinner.
Oh, well, I'm sure there will be books for all of you to enjoy here. There is quite literally something for everyone. Yes, but there is something I would like to show you first, Sakura. So don't worry, these will be here for you to look at whenever you like.
She's excited. She's elated. But she tries to keep her face like sort of like calm. She just calmly says arigato. But like in her head she's like, yay, books. Yes.
All right. So while Sakura's cementing her place as the nerd of the group, what's everyone else doing? Is
It's pretty
everyone
much
just
like going over the books and trying to find a book about returning people to Ash.
okay? Yeah, you can definitely have a look. Yeah, you will find. Give me an investigation check. 17. Yeah, you find there are a couple of books on. There are some on necromancy, um, and yeah, you find a whole a section on necromancy. And did you say specifically looking for books returning from ashes?
Yeah.
Well, you will find a book that is labeled "How to Hunt a Phoenix," and that has got a bunch of information about returning how these creatures return from the ashes, and then there's a couple of necromancy books about returning things from the dead, but that's all you can find on just a cursory glance. Well, just a basic investigation. uh, yeah, Jerry, are you also looking for a book? Yeah, you can give me an investigation. No, but what you do find, you can just roll a straight d20 for me. What you find instead, 9. Let's see. Find a book entitled "Sheer Locks and Other Metalworks" by Donan Coyle. And yeah, an investigation would be required. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just going to copy this whole thing. That's formatted or weird, but there we go. That's what you found. It's a skill book.
Ooh.
But with that, you see Anaki going to the bottom and opening the other double set of doors, and she seems to be heading inside there.
Well, everybody else is looking at those books. I'm going to continue reading the Tomb of Understanding.
Are you going to read which one? The Tome of Understanding, the one you've already been reading.
Yeah. I have to reach my 48-hour quota in 6 days in order to actually learn it.
Yeah, no. Well, you guys will basically have we'll be able to go into a little bit of a like downtime reading session just now, and everyone can start reading some books, find some books, and that kind of thing. So you guys will have some time to actually add to that. But for now, yeah, you can do that while everyone's busy looking. But it's just basically a cursory glance at this floor before everyone, I assume, is heading down again.
Yes, Freya will be going down after. Oh, necromancy, and then like just putting them back.
Yeah, so bear in mind this tower is massive, so finding the book you want is probably harder than it seems. More like it's more like a second-hand shop where they might have it, they might not. You might you might get lucky, but it's probably in there somewhere. It's not sorted all that well. But is everyone heading down through the other doors after they've had a little look around?
Sakura will have a look around after she's gone with her mom, her mother.
Oh yeah, you can make that investigation, Jerry. Nope.
Whoa, pretty.
Yeah, Jerry has a little bit of trouble with that book and puts it away. And you guys all make your way through the double doors where you see in the middle of this room, it's this beautiful ballroom, and there's a piano sitting to the side, at which point, actually.
Wow, it's so fancy.
So in the middle of the room, you see a massive orrery that is busy spinning and twirling, and Anaki leads you towards it, Sakura, and says, "This is what I was talking about when I was talking about a more elegant solution to teleportation. Are you on the maps there? I, I just never know if yours is crashed, Sandra."
Yeah, mine is. I am at the moment. That's why I'm like, ooh, this is fancy.
Yeah, so she leads you um to this orrery in the middle of the room, and she says, "This was brought here by an old ancestor of ours, and it has been entrusted to our family to keep safe for generations. I had thought that it would be very many more years before you ever had to even lay eyes on it. But don't worry, I'm sure it will be years yet before I have to give up the job. But yeah, it is an impressively powerful thing, and we could go anywhere we wanted with this. I can change this room into a whole myriad of different uses. It's gotten me all across the world and into different planes. And one day it'll be your responsibility to look after.
Sakura looks a bit shocked.
So
I feel like
you,
this is gonna sound like really cliche. It's gonna sound like one of those anime kid things, but why me?
well, you as a player should recognize this item as the Orrery of the Wanderer.
Oh, that what?
Yo!
Oh wow!
The callbacks.
That's
So
something from
just
your
for a bit of
campaign.
reference, for the rest of you, one of Sakura's old characters spent a whole campaign basically building this super magical orrery item and then never got to play with it. So there it is.
Wow.
And
I was not
it's got here
expecting
somehow. She's telling you that one of her ancestors and thereby one of yours is the one that brought it here basically for safekeeping, and that's what she's doing.
Mm-hmm. Now you're gonna like now I'm gonna overthink and theorize about like what if Kaine is one of her ancestors. So,
Well, yeah, I mean that's not overthinking. That's pretty heavily implied right now.
yeah, fair enough. But I was not expecting that. So she just like looks at it in awe. She's speechless.
I suppose I should show you what it does, but everyone, please make yourselves comfortable. Don't. I might be toying around with this. If the room shifts, don't be too surprised. But up there, and she points to the two staircases on the other side of the room. There should be some tea and food prepared. We can go take a seat up there and have a conversation. If anyone would like to read a book, please bring it here. Enjoy yourselves. We will. Yeah, supper will be tonight. I'm sure it will still be a little while. And enjoy any books you would like to read. So if you guys want to, you can roll. You can basically roll a d20 to, unless there's a specific book you're looking for, you can roll a d20 to find a book, and you can spend some time reading that now. You'll have about 8 hours before dinner, so yeah, plenty of time to explore this and get some reading in.
Mm.
Yeah, as June passes Sakura, she'll use her awakened mind to speak to her in her mind, and she'll just say, "Looks like you've got some big shoes to fill." And she'll continue walking, and we'll probably take a seat up here.
Why's Jin being mean?
What? I'm not being mean. I'm just saying you've got
So,
big shoes to
that's
fill.
so like so scary. Like it's like got some big shoes to fill. Sakura just nods. Eyes are still wide. Yeah.
And yes, Jerry, you can go looking for that book you wanted again. Oh yeah, that's much better. You now having a little bit more time, you can actually go and properly search these places, and you find various books about weapon enchantment, armor enchantment, about how to, especially a lot of specifically jewelers and things that use elemental gems to add to the armor. You find lots of techniques. You can actually pick up a whole books, but we'll say that what exactly are you looking for that for? Because I'll say if you're trying to enchant armor or anything after this, it'll basically you'll have advantage on your next checks that you make for enchantment and that kind of thing, just as a base level. Yeah. All right. So we'll put it down to a comprehension check. You can just roll a straight intelligence check for me, and we'll see how much you actually manage to gain from this over the next 8 hours. Yeah, it's you mostly you get the information on how to transfer enchantments. You That's basically the only thing you focused on, and that's what you learn. So you now have the ability to take the enchantment of one item and remove it and add it to a different item. But yeah, stacking enchantments could get very messy. You haven't quite figured out how that could go badly.
He's pretty interested in this piano and sits down and starts like fuddling a little with it and well played.
Yeah, go for it. You can give me a performance check. And what instruments are you actually proficient with?
Drums, lyre, pan flute, and violin.
And what was the last one?
Violin.
Sorry, you keep breaking up. Were you saying violin?
Yes, a violin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so you can give me a performance check, but straight roll because you used to string instruments.
What a disadvantage?
No, it'll just be straight. If you were proficient, I would give you advantage, but this is just going to be straight because you used to the strings.
Yeah, yeah. Just see. Most likely gonna roll 2 because each of my. Yeah, so it's the first one.
Oh wait, do you get advantage on performance checks from something else?
But let's see. Basically, the instrument, which would be my pan flute. If I play my.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this is the difference between woodwind and string instruments, and then playing the keys. It's like you're not quite used to this. You've you've played on a dulcimer before, which might have been a bit similar, but um, this is not something that you see very often. You have seen them around, but it is not a common thing. Stesnia probably would have had more experience with a grand piano than Estrella does. Um, so it's kind of a new thing, but you manage to figure it out. You start figuring out the notes, and you're able to play something fairly decent. It I mean, it doesn't sound like someone's first time on a piano. You've definitely got some musical skill, but it's definitely a new instrument to you, not what you used to.
Sakura's gonna spend some time in looking at the artery. She's not gonna touch it though, because she's scared she's gonna break it.
Yep.
So she's just
Well,
gonna look at it.
while you're busy looking at it, Anaki will be looking at it with you and say, "Well, you see, if you were, let's say, you wanted to play a game of dragon chess, and then you see, she moves the orrery. Oh, sorry. And as she moves it, I'm not sure if this takes the piano away, so Estrella might just be sitting playing in midair. I think there is still a piano there on this. This should be there. And with that, the aura disappears, and you suddenly find yourself standing on a giant chess set. She says, "It's a bit difficult to keep the pieces around. We've got to take those out separately, but you see, there's leisure and entertainment." And the rest of you have seen the entire room just swivel and shift, and it's pretty much the same where you're sitting, but the cushions have maybe changed color a bit. It's the main ballroom that is completely shifting.
Oh wow.
Or if, let's see, what else? And then you see her just moving her hands. Now she's sort of got control of the orrery, and she starts to bring it back.
What the hell?
And you see as the room swirls back into the the space that it was before, you can see it's now active, and there are all these different motes of light and possibility just scattered all over the room, just glowing everywhere as this thing is active and spinning. And she says it can take us wherever yeah, wherever we wanted to, really.
Pretty.
So yes, when it is time for you to come home, I will send you home through via this.
That include the past.
Mm, I don't tend to fuck with time travel too much, but it is possible. It has been done, and that is one of the reasons why we have been sworn to protect this. Because yes, well, it can be very dangerous. Even, I mean, I'll show you a little secret. And she turns it again, and this time it goes. You see, as the summit starts to swirl and shift again, you hear this creaking as the doors open wide, and at the top of the room, you can see what kind of looks like mist or fog just spilling through the doorway, but you can see this bright and colorful light. Seto, you recognize this instantly, as this cloud starts to fill the room, and you see a very familiar sort of gateway ahead of you, and in the far distance, a massive dragon just swirling around. Seems like she just opened a portal to the heavens.
Seta will try to hide his, um, I guess, reminiscent excitement of seeing the place again.
And she very quickly turns it back again and goes, they don't really enjoy us opening portals to just anywhere, but it can be very useful." As she turns it again.
It's so quiet.
What the hell is that in the background?
Clearly, it's a tapeworm.
It might hasn't even loaded yet, right?
The astral.
Yeah, so she opens it, and what you see through there is quite similar to what you've seen through the portal back at Bathhouse. Um, you can just see that there is. Oh no, what you see through there, you can see a giant what looks like a body floating through the air, and Estrella, you feel this flash in your mind as you look up through those doors. I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh no.
Natural 20.
Ah, okay.
Okay, nice. So, yeah, with that, there's a sort of shiver that is sent up your spine as there's something about that portal that she's just opened there, and the thing lying behind it, that massive, what looks like some kind of titanic creature just floating through the astral sea. You feel this strange, like, familiarity with it, but you can't put your finger on it. It just gives you the heebie-jeebies.
Wait, this was wisdom frightening.
And no, it wasn't to be frightened. It was it was more for flavor than anything. I'm not really sure that there's not a mechanic for what this was for, but yeah, with the nat 20, you definitely were more than okay. It's just you feel some sort of familiarity to this thing in the astral sea beyond.
Oh, can I see if it's dead or not? Like,
It definitely looks dead. It is in pieces. It looks like this creature has been chopped into pieces and is just floating there. And um, and as you're trying to look, she turns it again, and the doors slowly close as the portal is sealed once more. And then with that, you see, as the doors are closing, it kind of pushes the carpet up underneath it, and what looks like it was falling a second ago, it kind of sits back up, and there is a throne sitting at the top of or just in front of the doorway. The piano has disappeared, and the room is just basically completely empty. As she says, it. I mean, this can be used for many things. I've even had some battles in here for arena fighters trying to try their luck.
June immediately looks at Jerry. I
It's
don't.
Is there something you want to do while this room is active before she changes it?
June is just reading.
Okay, yeah, you guys just sitting going through your books. If anyone wanted to try and find another book, I know some of you have already got things that you wanted to read. You must just shout. You can. There are even books in here, I think. Actually, no. Is this the one? This is the one map that doesn't have like a bookshelf on it.
Ooh. Sakura wants to just like go. She wants to see everything. She's just looking. So my map finally reloaded. Ooh, look at all the stuff. Yeah, she
Yeah.
wants
So
to see all the stuff.
as it changes this time, you see. She says, and this is the real treasury. These are some of my most prized possessions, the things that I've really fought hard to acquire, and this in particular. And you see now where the orrery was sits a golden dragon egg, just and various things scattered around. Yeah, you're welcome to browse what they are if you like.
Ooh, yes, please.
June will create a silent image of a little crab dancing on top of the giant crab, on the giant crab claw.
Wait, a silent image of what? I might actually be able to put that down.
Great mind thinks alike, Jerry.
Essentially that. There's a little crab dancing, that's all it is.
Period.
Giant enemy
Uh.
crab hitting for massive damage.
It's a dancing crab. Where did it come from? Nobody knows.
She's just chilling there. Sakura sees this and she's like, she's vibing. She's sort of like nodding her head with the rhythm of how he's dancing.
You see that what is being held in that giant crab claw, you see it looks kind of like an eyeball, and you realize that it definitely is. As the crab starts dancing on top of the glass, the eyeball moves to watch it.
Awesome.
And Inaki will lead you over to this case over here, Sakura, and say, "This is some bark from that same tree that I gave to your friend. When they grow big, well, it is believed that it is the same wood that the world tree is made out of. At least that's what the Mordians call it."
Hmm.
Would Seto recognize any of the items?
You can give me an investigation check.
Sure. Nope.
Oh my god. Okay, yeah. So okay, so yeah, you are looking basically on that side of the room, um, and you find that there is a one sitting there that it seems to be pretty powerful. You're not entirely sure what it's made of. You don't recognize the material at all. The book that is sitting in the case next to it is floating around, and you are kind of distracted by this golden hand. You might think it could make a good prosthetic for Jerry, but you don't know what it does. It's just got a couple of gems. It kind of looks like a Thanos glove, but it's just this like golden hand with a couple of gems on the knuckles.
I'll laughingly just shout to Jerry, "Hey Jerry, there's a second hand if you want."
Isn't it like endgame vibes?
Where's the shield?
That's how this game ends, with Jerry snapping and destroying half the universe.
Sakuра's like, no,
That
no.
would be a pretty interesting story.
Can she also
Stray, you
take a
can
look around?
yeah, you can Sakura and Astrea, you can both give me investigation checks.
Oh, 29.
Okay, so yeah, Astrea, you walk past this beautiful looking sword, immaculately crafted, some of the finest craftsmanship you've ever seen, but it's way too big and unwieldy for you. You head over and you find a bow, which um, it also looks like it is from Mordia. You would probably recognize that, but it is also made from wood, and it, it has this strange sort of frost that seems to be lining the wood, but it is a beautiful looking bow. This one is a short bow, however. It's not, you don't see many short bows in Kiga. So it's probably one of the first short bows you've seen in a while.
That means that my
Sakura,
short bow is like extremely rare.
yeah, your short bow is quite a rare thing, but it is also not nearly as nice as the thing you're looking at. This bow that you're looking at in front of you looks like the stuff of legend. I mean, it's yeah, nudge nudge. It's a legendary bow. Sakura, you find some very interesting things. You find uh, the the skull of a cyclops, this one-eyed skull over here. You find a whip that seems to have like, you're not sure if it's made of snake skin or actual shadow. It seems extremely strong and but very cruel. You're not sure why she would have collected such a thing. You can see a big fossil of what looks like um, some kind of a squid, like Nautilus fossil. You can see what you're looking at there, but it, as you look at it, there is a very strange energy coming off it. Very similar to that church that you found yourself in, actually, kind of eldritch energy. Um, and you find yourself glad that it is behind glass.
Could you
And
knock on
yeah,
it?
yeah, you can.
This is some sketchy stuff. This fossil.
The 16, that's enough to tell you that this seems to be some kind of a moonstone. The plaque that you read next to it just says, well, you can't actually read what it says. Do you speak deep speech?
Do I? No.
Yeah, this is a written form. They're like deep speech runes, basically, that is written on the plaque describing whatever this thing is. But you recognize it as moon, like moon rock. It just looks weird, like there's this weird squid creature stuck in a piece of moon rock. It's very cool, but you're not sure why the hell or where she would have possibly gotten such a thing.
Um, sure. Can she ask about it?
Yeah, I mean, she's just busy standing there. She looks like she's probably about to twist the room again, but she can see that you're enjoying looking at these things.
So I guess she'll sort of ask, what is this? Where did it come from? It's very interesting.
Oh, that's an artifact from a meteor that arrived. We think that it may have been, well, some kind of a hatchling or something for the moon dwellers. We honestly don't know, but I've heard that these things, if they get to grow to full size, can destroy entire colonies. So, well, I mean, this one is fossilized, don't worry, but it is a very interesting subject, these moon dwellers, and I mean, they have left some strange marks on this planet. Yeah, it's still quite a while before you eat. She said you'll basically be eating at 9. It's about 10 to 2 at the moment. We will. We're not going to role play all of that time. We will have a little time jump, but for now, you have got plenty of time to look around and explore. Yeah, but it does look like she's sort of getting ready to change the room again. You can give me an investigation if you look around this treasury.
Sakura will take like a last look around everything, just sort of admiring it, and then she'll let him know to change the room.
Okay. Yeah. So Jerry, with an 8, you head down to where Seto was calling you and showing you this hand, and you also find a giant the giant crab claw and what looks like some kind of an old map. You're not sure. The map doesn't look familiar to you at all. It just looks like maybe an old, outdated map, and it must have been one hell of a huge crab. But the prosthetic doesn't look like it would work very well. It's not a full. Doesn't have a forearm. It only goes up to the wrist. So you stand with Seto looking at that, and I don't know. What do you say? So you see, as you're busy speaking to Seto, you see behind him probably the biggest thing in this room that you all would have seen at some point, and Z will come down and point it out to you, Seto, as she'll say, "Is that thing of?" And she's like not too sure what it is. Do you know what kind of a bird that is? And if anyone wants to make a nature check, you can. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Seto, you instantly recognize that as a phoenix, but this it's a. I mean, it's clearly not an actual phoenix. It's made of gold, but its head is not gold. It looks like it actually has got these sort of obsidian feathers. They're kind of bluish in the light, but it's it looks almost like some kind of a robotic or like mechanized phoenix. It's a very strange thing, but this bird you inherently recognize, um, but it's probably just like a statue.
I'll turn around to Sakura's mom and ask, Miss Sanaki, what's this all about? While pointing at the big bird.
She turns to look and says, "Ah, yes, that was quite a fight." Um, and then she looks at you a little bit closer and says, "Well, that, my boy, is the arc light. I haven't had a need to use it yet, but it was quite something to bring down. You'll see that the wings aren't exactly." And as she points this out, you notice that this bird, it is covered in thick golden feathers, but that it doesn't seem to actually have wings. It seems like most of these feathers are just on the back and sort of the tail, and you can see that there's under the feathers there seems to be a gap actually missing in the structure. Like you're sure this is not an actual creature now. It's definitely a statue or some sort of a machine. But she is telling you that it is known as the Arclight Phoenix.
Arc light? What?
Yes, well, you see, I have been hunting elementals across the plains for some years now, and these have been some of my trophies. Swords that were forged by by some of their people. We have got some of the, and she moves down to these crowns and things, and she starts pointing to um, one of them, which she says, "This was the Undersea King, this was the Northern King, but most of them have dropped off the map. However, that worrying plume of smoke has got me thinking they may be coming back anytime soon, so who knows? Maybe we'll get to awaken her before long."
And you've brought all of this by yourself?
Well, mostly. I've had some help, to be sure, but these things are not just mere trinkets. This is a collection. I've put a lot of effort into finding these things. I must admit, not everyone was too pleased to have me taking them, but well, now that they're safe up here, things should be all right. And she heads over to the middle of the room and she starts turning her hands through the air to start shifting the room again. Is there anything you want to do before she does that?
No.
Okay,
Sakura
yes.
will hear another voice saying, big shoes, big shoes, big shoes," echoing in her mind again.
Oh my gosh. Hear a voice in your head saying, hush. Just hush, and that's it.
Actually, Sakura, give me just a straight intelligence check, or sorry, a wisdom check this time.
The map is currently reloading, but on D&D Beyond, that's 19.
Okay, so with the 19, you realize that it's June, but there's a second where you look around and you look down at the sword, and you can definitely see that there is some kind of there's something alive about this sword, as if there's a spirit within it that you can just see move slightly as you shift to figure out where that voice was coming from, and then the room around you swirls and changes again. Yeah, it is going to go back to just the orrery, I guess.
Yeah, she's gonna ask her mother about that sword, actually. Um,
Yeah, what are you going to ask her?
that sword back there.
The crab is still there, just dancing and falls. Like,
It actually, it's still dancing in place. It didn't. When it disappeared, the crab will still be dancing in the air.
yeah, so as I said, it falls. I was like, oh wait, actually, no,
It's an illusion.
yeah, it's
Ooh.
just magically dancing in the air.
She'll say that sword back there. It seemed alive.
She just chuckles and says, oh well, yes, I mean, I suppose every sword that's been wielded by some powerful creature has probably got a bit of their spirit in it. I will say it wasn't as big as that before I picked it up, so I'd like to say it was my spirit, but something about it, whoever wields it, alters its form. I took that off of a tribe in the north. I think they were trying to resurrect the phoenix many years ago. Well, actually, no, it wasn't that long ago now, but yes, quite a fancy one. A nice addition to the collection.
I guess she'll ask if she can go back and see it again later. Sort of give it another look. But
Oh, yes, of course, you're welcome to have a look, but for now, come, I have so many questions. Let's have some tea, shall we? And she
no,
starts walking towards the stairs. If, sorry, and you, the satyr, what did you say your name was?
Estrella Karasu.
Well, I do appreciate the music. If you would like to continue, please, by all means. It is nice to have some fresh sounds in here. It has been such a long time since I've met any bards. And I'm I'm trying to change it again, but I'm just double checking that there's a piano on this because
There is a piano.
I think I've got it. No, I mean, you'll see. But yeah, so you guys, you will have basically the rest of this. Oh yeah, there we go. So she shifts the room again, and there is now some nice disco lighting, a whole light display going on throughout here.
Time to bring John
It's
Travolta
just
so we can have Saturday Night Fever.
yeah, the crab starts doing exactly that dance.
Yeah,
of the princess.
the crab will now expand to the size of 15 feet and start dancing. Now it's just a giant crab dancing.
Sakura can't dance, but she'll like pop her head with it to the rhythm it's dancing, and she just like bops her head slightly. Actually, wait. Yeah. If she was dancing with other people, she would be Kageyama there. The one who's trying to join in but really doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
So yeah, anyone that's trying to read can give me a concentration check.
Sure. What check do you want me to roll?
It's a concentration as if it was for a spell.
Ah, so basic Constitution saving throw. Cool. Da, 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 da. Ha
Yeah, you're a bard too. The music doesn't irritate you. But
I'm tapping
Australia,
my
you
foot.
can give me another performance if you want. Say again.
I'm tapping my foot to the beat currently while I'm reading.
Yeah, as a bard, you're probably one of those people that actually studies better while listening to music. So oh yeah, and Australia's killing it. She's getting the hang of this piano thing now. You start realizing it is a string instrument. It's just the strings are inside this big box, and you're using little hammers to hit it. It's not that strange. Yeah, I feel like the rhythm music right now is perfectly fitting. But Australia's probably the only one that can't hear.
Yeah, that's pretty fitting.
It's been piano the whole time you've been in here. It's great. So yeah, you guys then you spend the next couple of hours reading, going through whatever books you could find, and enjoying Australia's performance. There is there is some bread, there are apples, there's some tea served on this little coffee table, and yeah, you guys just get to relax for a bit while uh, Sakura, you get a chance to catch up with your mother, and she's answering all your various questions and asking you where you've been, just allowing you to regale whatever you want to reveal to her about your time in Toto and what's been going on over the past while. I'm sure you've got lots of stories to tell.
Yeah, she'll tell about definitely the time with the tea and the dragon. That is one of like her life's greatest moments.
She will, and as you are having this conversation, she'll tell you that she actually knows that dragon. She's the one that you're talking about. She's like, yeah, I've met him. He's great. Really, you had tea with him? That's, I mean, he tried to eat me, but it was, yeah, he's one of the ancients. They're one of the, I mean, some call them the lesser titans, but yeah, I've been hunting these elementals for years, and he's been a great help, actually. Well, I mean, I say that. I took some of his eggs, and he nearly shot down the whole ship. But still, that's amazing. And she just pours a cup of tea for you both up at the top.
like in Sakura said, she's like, "My mom's so cool. She just randomly knows dragons." Like, you know, when you don't know your mother, like the first thing that like the last thing you think of is, my mother's someone who just randomly knows dragons, but it's so cool. It's like just looking at her all starry-eyed.
Yeah, from what you've seen so far, it seems like your mother's kind of a badass. Like she's got trophies from some major kills, and you're not sure who started this library, but if it was her, this clearly took some doing. Um, yeah, no, she's clearly got some skills. But yeah, with that, you guys managed to have a fairly relaxing afternoon. And um, who is actually getting into their books? Because you will be able to add 8 hours to your progress, but I need to know who was looking through new ones. Because that other thing is full of skill books if you just want to roll to find one.
I think Jerry already asked the question, so you could answer his first.
Oh, sorry, I missed the Discord. No, well, you've still got the book. The check that you were making was the intelligence to comprehend it. So that's just basically how much information you glean from your first time through it. But you've still got it. You can hang on to that and keep reading it. Um, yeah, we'll say, yeah. What other kind of information are you trying to actually learn from it? Because there is more in there. Um, but it just depends if you want to keep studying. I'm not sure. Like you've got most of the proficiencies and things that this book would probably give you, but are you trying to learn something specific? Is there like a skill you're trying to improve or something like that? I'll point out a lot of these skill books will like increase one of your specific skills like by one or two, um, instead of like your whole constitution score or like your whole dex score. It might be 1, 2 acrobatics. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like you might be able to add +1 to your sleight of hand through studying how to. As I said, most of this is stuff about jeweler's tools and adding gems and things. So you might be able to get a little bit better at the finicky things. Sorry, I've got a bunch of books prepared, but unless it's an official item or you've rolled for it on one of these tables, it's kind of up to you how you want to flavor what you're finding. But you can probably find it in this library, just obviously within reason. You can roll another d20, but yeah, if you want to just study the book that you've got, I'll say after 20 hours, it would allow you a +2 to sleight of hand. Yes, Sakura, were you rolling to find a book there?
Yeah, Sakura wants to look at what book she can find.
Okay, so you find a book called A Winner's Point of View by various authors. It's a known it's known that history is written by the victors. This volume is a compilation of thoughts of many famous people who changed history by directly influencing some war, dispute, politics, or a ruler. One of the authors is a famous battle cleric, founder of a cleric university, and author of the instant resurrection spell. So this actually might be closer to what Australia was looking for earlier. But it is filled with valuable historic information and great events. And if you spend 20 hours studying this book, you can gain proficiency in history, and if you're already proficient, you get a +1 to all history rolls.
Fancy.
So, are you going to hang on to that one, or are you going to put
Yeah,
it back?
I think she will. She'll also just look at what else she can find. She's just like picking. She's just like collecting books, and then she'll sort of try and look through them. And she's gonna look through them at some point and decide which one to take home. She's limiting herself to one.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, you find that one, and Jerry with the one. This is the one time, and that one's actually not going to be that much of a bad thing. You find the Tips and Tricks by a Late Rope Walker by an unknown author, and these are basically memoirs of a traveling circus that, yeah, it has all sorts of information on different aspects of acrobatics, and if you spend 20 hours studying the book, you will get proficiency in acrobatics, and if you're already proficient, you'll get a +1 on all rolls. I'll post that one in the chat as well. And these these say 200 hours, but because that would take like 3 times as long as the campaign, I'm dropping them to 20 hours. You guys are quick studies.
Yay!
Just if I'm copy pasting and it says 200 hours, like, okay, shit, I posted the same one. Okay, there we go. And I'm just going to ask for a quick 5-minute break. I will be
Sure.
right back.
Cool beans.
Cool beans.
I'm back. Sorry, everyone's yeah.
No problem.
No problem.
All good.
Okay, yeah. So, as you guys spend some time reading, Australia, were you also running for a book?
Yeah,
And sorry, what did you get?
13.
13. Okay, you find A Pick of Fate by Regis Ovulus. Oh, and it's a book for bards. This is pretty good. Yeah, this one can increase your performance, but I will post it in the loot.
I just looked through and it's actually funny. Like last time Sakura and me rolled a random one, it was like three between. So like hers got three higher this time, and like mine got like three lower, which turned out to be a good thing.
Yeah, when it's rolls like this, it doesn't really matter. It's not like you've it's a pass or fail thing. But yeah, this one is pretty cool. A book about bards casting spells without using verbal components, which
Ooh.
so using the way of music. Yeah, it doesn't mean silently. It means using an instrument um, instead of actually saying the like chanting a phrase or something. But yeah, as the evening goes on, you can add 8 hours to your reading for that. I'll ask you to just keep track of that yourselves.
Yay! Still 8 hours more left to do.
Yeah.
30 more hours to go. Woo!
How many?
30.
God damn.
Whee! And here I'm like super happy that while you sleep, I can basically use.
Yeah, so with reading, I have been thinking about those mechanics because it's like I don't want to actually have to role play every time you sit down to read a book. Like that's a downtime thing. So we can say that on average, as long as you are during rests and whatnot, as long as there's nothing stopping you from doing it, you'll be able to get an average of 8 hours reading per day. I don't know. Do you guys think that's too much, or
8 hours?
I mean that's quite a bit. But bear in mind, like you don't actually. This is medieval times. It's not like you've.
I'm fine with anything, to be honest. I've had this book from the beginning and I still haven't read it.
Well, yeah, I think we'll say for okay, on average, we'll say 6 hours a day for most people as just your normal thing. But if you actually set aside a bit of extra time to read, it'll be between 8 and 10. And as you guys are sitting there, eventually the I imagine the crab eventually has to dissipate. You got 8 this time. Does that crab disappear, by the way, June? Or have you got an at will?
It disappears after, I think, an hour? Let me check quick.
Okay, yeah, so it would be gone by now.
It disappears.
But yeah, so after a while, after everyone's been reading and exploring a little bit, uh, the assistant walks in and she climbs up the stairs and she says, "My lady, dinner is served." And she bows to everyone and sort of gestures back towards the door. Right then, everyone. If you'll the company, we'll be eating in the Violet study. I think you made your way through there on the way up. It's just below the what did I call it? The chamber of the Vault of Chronicles. Yes, this is known as the Athenium of the Void, is what we call it. I'm afraid we don't actually have a dining room I'm not really used to having guests, but we've got a table up there, and our chefs have been busy, so please accompany me." And she will follow her assistant down the stairs.
Alrighty. June will happily follow.
Set will crack his neck from all of the sitting, and he will also move.
Okay. And with that, we'll just fast forward a little bit as you guys make your way back through the tower and into a much darker study. You can see it's now lit by candlelight, and there are glowing portions of this room where the books themselves are glowing, and it seems like they've kind of tried to do some mood lighting, but there are still books and papers all over the main table, though there is also a nice spread of food that has been put out for everyone, and Anaki goes and takes a seat at the head of the table.
I'll sit directly across from the old man.
Yeah, you see he's still kind of looking through some of his books, but when you all walk in, they start closing up. They all kind of floating around him, and they close and stack up neatly next to him. And he says, "Oh, no, all right then." And he just seems kind of grumpy about it. And Marta sort of makes her way all the way around the table to go and sit next to him on the other side. And Sakura, uh,
Pardon?
okay, so are you? Did your map crash again?
Yeah. Oh, there he goes back. It's back. Yeah, she'll go and oh, that looks yummy. Yeah, she'll go and sit. And she'll ask about the cherry blossom table mat actually.
She smiles and says, "Well, I suppose that's the one thing your father and I did have in common is our love for cherry blossoms, and I mean, you even got the name.
Aww.
Your useless bloody father took it way too far, though, I have to just say, is..." And she kind of just shakes her head almost, and then just catches herself and goes, "But anyway, please, everyone, enjoy, uh, dig in, and thank you so much for joining me. It is an unexpected surprise for sure, but it is a pleasant one." And yeah, you guys see quite a feast before you. There's various kind of stir fries and things that you can see, some steamed buns, there's tea prepared, there's all sorts of things just ready for absolute hero's feast here.
Ititakimasu.
Itadakimasu. And then she'll dig in, but
Okay.
she won't be like greedy, you know. But she's enjoying her food.
Okay. Yeah, is everyone else digging in as well?
Indeed.
Okay, so yeah, as you guys all dig in, there is conversation passes, and everyone seems to have a lovely dinner. There are some laughs. Everyone seems pretty happy, and after a little while, after you've been sitting there for about an hour or so, is there anything you guys wanted to discuss or bring up or ask, or any conversations you wanted to have?
One thing June will do is she'll use her mage hand and just tap the old man on the left shoulder every now and then, just to distract him, see what he does.
Roll a deception check for me.
Oh, awesome! I'll happily roll a deception check. Nearly a nat 20, but with a 2, that's still 16.
Yeah, so after doing this a number of times, after about half an hour into your meal, he turns and he picks up one of the books next to him and throws it at the woman sitting next to him, and goes, "Bloody hell, Motto! I told you!" And she goes, "Hey, what the hell? I didn't do anything." And he's like, "You stop with that shit! I've told you I've had enough of your games." And she just kind of giggles and then looks up across the table and she goes, and she looks across at you, June, and then she just gives this slight smile as she pushes her glasses up and she goes, "Yes, sorry, I'm so sorry, I won't do it again."
I will now proceed to tap him on the other shoulder.
What the fuck? Yeah, he keeps falling for it. He's
Yeah, I'll just annoy him throughout the dinner.
as your dinner goes on. Is there anything else you guys wanted to bring up?
Yeah, like oh, anarchy, impressive place you have. Both, but don't feel wave. So yes, yeah, makes me round.
She sort of looks slightly forlornly at Sakura and she says, "Yes, well, as for leaving the ground, it is much safer when you're keeping and hanging on to the things that I am. And as for leaving my family, well, I hope that you understand, Sakura, it was never my intention to abandon you. This, I was never meant to be a mother, and I never intended to be. I never intended to raise a child, and I certainly never intended to bring something like you into this world." And she looks at all of you across the table, and as she's saying this, you all you feel there's something strange. I need everybody to give me a Constitution saving throw, please. As you see, she pulls from her pocket a small vial and opens it. As she drinks it, and uh, so does the nerdy woman and the old man.
Is it a poison?
Oh no! What if?
Yes, it is a poison. If you are immune to poison, you will not suffer this effect.
What does she mean? Something like me?
Well, that's as she says that. That's when you start feeling this take effect. And as 17 is not enough, Sakura, as you ask that, but you feel yourself get overwhelmingly drowsy, and then you cannot help yourself as you drift into unconsciousness and you just fall asleep in your chair.
So it's
Um,
sleeping.
while you are falling unconscious. It is knocking you out.
It's a
Um,
poison. not.
And yeah, so
Yeah, but the important part is technically go to sleep.
It's not like that, dude. You don't have to. No, never mind.
and no, this would affect even an elf that doesn't need to sleep. It's knocking you out. It's not. It just looks like you've slumped. She's slumped into her chair as if she's fallen asleep, but she's alive, but she's unconscious. And that goes for you and June. You get a +3. So, but if you get the DC, do you pass or do you fail?
I
Oh,
pass.
If you meet the
Okay. Yeah.
Did you
So
roll, June?
yes. So you rolled a. Oh no, that was a 16 for the deception. Sorry, not for Constitution.
No,
So
let me roll Constitution.
you will get a +3 because you're sitting right next to Jerry. And another 16, so you'll just pass. And Jerry, aren't you immune to poison as a paladin?
I think he's immune to diseases.
Oh, it's diseases, not poison. Okay, so then Jerry, you will fail as well unless you also get the +3 from your aura, but I don't think so.
I think he does.
I don't think so, because then, yeah, I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
How could he check? Yeah, there you go.
so do you get an 18 +3? That's what I'm asking. What was your total, Jerry? Okay, because an 18 is not enough. So you will fall unconscious as well. Seto, what about you?
I'm immune.
Okay,
But,
you're immune to poison. Okay.
as a
I knew one
reaction.
of-
What?
I knew at least one of you was. I thought it was Jerry, but it was the disease. So yeah, what are you doing as you start seeing everyone kind of collapsing and falling asleep in their chairs? June and Seto, I think you guys are the only ones conscious. Z goes down as well. She goes face first into a bowl of rice.
As a reaction, Seth would immediately just jump out of his chair over the table, grab Sakura, and move. I guess. Where? Kind of. At here. And he would just look at her and ask, "What is the meaning of this?"
Okay, so actually at this point, I'm gonna ask you and June to roll for initiative.
Oh, son of a cunt.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I was about to draw a mustache on Jerry, but that's probably that's probably a bad idea now.
Oh, son of a cunt.
Wait, why do only me and Jerry pass out?
And
No, you, Jerry, and Estrella passed out, but June made her save, and Seto's immune to poison, so
Okay.
they managed to make it. But but she rolled so well. The one time Seto didn't roll so well,
one time.
so she is going to, as she stands up and she goes, "Oh, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you're the problem." And you see her eyes turn to inky black voids as she casts Eye Bite, and I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
And Seto will just move his finger, and it will go directly into her assistant.
No, not the assistant.
I don't think you can do that with Eye Bite. It's not a. Oh, it is a. You can cause the ranged.
Spell attack.
Oh no, sorry, I was reading your thing. I thought I was reading Eye Bite, and I'm like, wait, that's what Seto's saying.
If it's a ranged spell, then I can do it.
Yeah, but that's the thing is it's not a attack. It's a you just have to make the save. So it's I think your rings can only if it's a ranged attack roll coming against you, then you can deflect it.
Yep, you're correct.
Or if it's an area of effect, I think it works as well.
So I can't.
Okay, so that is a failure as she uses the a sleep function and you fall unconscious.
Really?
Shit.
Wait, give me a second.
And
Seto about to pull something out of his ass?
I don't know. I don't think I can.
The only thing that
Unless-
can save you is the aspect of the moon.
Oh, can I use inspiration that I got last session?
oh yeah, you could try.
Screw it. Oh fuck you, game! Oh fuck. Jerry, I know your pain.
Okay, so yeah, with that, Seto falls unconscious as well, and she turns to look at you, June, as though I think that's all she can do right now, and she says, "Don't fight it, faceless one," and it is going to be your turn.
Are you actually evil by any chance?
This is not evil. This is protecting that which I care about.
Well, I don't know about you, but I'm getting the hell out of here. And I'm gonna dimension doors to the top of the ship.
Okay,
Dickhead.
is Dimension Door a spell? Yeah, it is. She's going to
Oh
counter
no,
spell.
shit! She has counter spell!
That's what you
Damn it.
deserve, you dickhead.
Dang it!
You also
I
need to
mean,
be
you can
familiar with
counterspell her
the
counterspell.
location, I think.
I will counterspell her counterspell.
You can
You see
counterspell on
Mota
a
at the
counterspell. You can counterspell a counterspell yourself.
Oh, you
Others
can't
do it.
counterspell your own
Yeah,
spell. Oh, yeah, that's true.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
the
you cast two spells in the same turn. Yeah.
what's called two spells, the one spell round.
Well, as you try to do that, you anyway see Mota stand up and go no, and she lifts her hand, but she doesn't actually have to do anything, and you see her kind of looking at you with this sudden embarrassment on her face.
Hmm.
But yeah, June, it's so yeah, she counterspelled your dimension door. What are you doing? Is that the end of your turn?
Ah, well, this is embarrassing. And I'm gonna run off or attempt to run.
You're a dickhead. You're a dickhead.
What am I supposed to do?
Counterspell it.
You can't counterspell a counterspell.
No, when she cast it on me, you dickhead.
Oh, that's probably a good idea. I forgot about that. You know, counterspell didn't come to mind until then. But anyway, June wasn't thinking about that. She was thinking about joining Mustache and Jerry. But either way, Jerry's gonna try. June is gonna make a run for it or attempt to. She doesn't know what to do. She wasn't expecting this.
All right. So as you get up and bolt from the room, is that the end of your turn? As you
Yeah, that's all
is
I
that as
can
far as
do.
you can get? Yeah.
Let me just make sure I don't have a bonus action I can try. No, that's all I can do.
You could no, you can't. But say you could bardic inspiration.
No, it's not my subclass.
Anaki is going to use her first legendary action to teleport. As I actually forgot that it did that, but it just came up on my screen and it was like, "What legendary action would you like to take?" I was like, "Oh yes, I have those. Sorry, players." And she teleports right in front of you, June, with her legendary action, and she goes, still with these black eyes, and it is going to be Motta's turn as she jumps up onto the table, and she goes, I'm really sorry," and is going to cast. Where is it?
He up there. Oh, please, not disintegration.
No, um, she's going to cast hold person, but I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, what? Sorry, it's not showing up here. Do any of you know what save that's supposed to be? I think it's either wisdom.
It's a wisdom save.
Check for you.
It's a wisdom.
A wisdom.
Yeah. Okay. So wisdom saving throw, please.
13. I highly doubt that saves.
No, a 13 is not going to make it, as you are held in place. You just feel magic holding you there. That is going to be her turn. It is going to take us to Seto, who is unconscious, and then back to Anaki, who she's going to now. She's going to use her eye bite on you, and I need you to make another wisdom save.
As she
Or
says
fall asleep.
this, I will say your daughter will be disappointed, and I'll make see if I succeed on the save.
Okay. So, yeah. So that's to avoid the eye bite from falling asleep. And I mean, unless you want to willingly let it take you. So I guess, is there another save for hold person? I've lost the hold person spell.
I'm pretty sure at the end of my turn. Check.
At the end of
That is your
the target's
End of each of its turns. So yeah. So should I make the wisdom save? Because I can't actually do anything on my turn.
Yeah, you can just do that for me now. Sorry, I'm trying to find it up. When I click on the spell, everything's blank inside. So, okay, so yeah, 10's not going to get you out of it. You were still paralyzed. So, yeah, she's basically just going to try and hold you there and keep doing this. As she just says, I said, don't resist. And she leans in closer, and she's going to try it again. Another wisdom save to try and avoid the eye bite. Okay, and that time it's just, it is now. She's pushing all the power into it, and it finally you succumb to this inky darkness and fall unconscious.
Sigh. I did not think of the counter spell. I completely forgot I had that spell. That would have been so good. And then said I could have gone to town on her. Damn it.
It's only for a minute, as far as I can see.
It is?
Yeah, we're asleep for a minute, and we wake up if we take any damage.
So, okay, we'll give it a second to load.
Oh, she can cast it probably 17 times more, so... God damn it.
Still poggers. Oh, Jesus. Where the hell are we?
I wonder the same. Like
Can't see anything really.
the map is stuck at 80%.
Mine just got to 90, so give it a second.
Running in the 90s.
Yeah, it's quite a map, and you guys are also okay.
It hit 100.
Yeah, mine hit 100, but nothing's actually happened. Oh, there we go.
What the hell is going on?
So yeah,
I'm asking Flynn.
when you all wake up, yeah, okay. As your maps are loading, as you wake up, you find yourselves each alone in a small room, like a little chamber with a staircase heading out of it. Seto, you can see there's a gap on the one side of the room and a staircase on the other. A couple of boxes lying in the corner. There's, yeah, I mean, there seems to be, you seem to be trapped in some kind of a strange maze. It's hard to tell from where you are all standing because you can only see the room that you're in. I'm not sure how much you can actually see on the map.
I'm seeing some. Whoa.
I can
You,
see
I,
everything.
yeah, you should be able to see everything as a player, but just bear in mind your character can only see where they are. But yeah, there's you. You have been basically knocked out and brought into this place where you're not entirely sure why or what you're doing here, but you are split up. And what would you guys like to do?
Um, yeah, June will look in the boxes that's in her room just to see if there's anything useful at all.
You can see anything?
I indeed can.
Wait, can you not see, Zeta?
No, I see a lot of fog.
Yeah, his map is currently really messed up.
Yeah, look at the Discord. Like, what? I'm That took
Okay.
some strange stuff
This is what it
Yeah.
actually looks like.
when Seto does some mad herbs. I'll reload. Hopefully it fixes it.
Yeah, I
I
had the
was
same plan.
trying to reset your vision.
Bum, bum, ba-da-dum-dum.
Da, 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 da. Checking my tech.
Oh,
Um,
that makes sense.
Oh, and Jerry, I forgot to actually ask, was Spike with you this whole time? Okay, yeah, well, sorry, I forgot to bring that up, but he's with you now. They gave him poison dog treats and knocked him out as well. So, yeah, you guys all wake up in these various rooms. There are a couple of like barrels and boxes and things scattered around, and it seems very eerie. But you feel like you've got a little bit of a headache, but doesn't seem to be any lasting effects from the potion. You do feel this strange feeling of being watched though as you wake up. It's like there's something uncomfortable about this place.
Well then. You know what? Screw it. Jin will just speak into the nether and just say, "Hey, what's the big idea?" and see if she gets a response or anything.
Well, Seto, you will hear this. You'll hear June's voice echoing down from across the gap on the other side of the room that you're in. And Estrella, you'll actually hear it just muffled sort of through the wall. You can barely make out that there's someone just shouted out nearby. But yeah, you guys can't actually see each other, but it is pretty echoey in here. And yeah, you, Estrella and June, you guys are both at the bottom of a large set of stairs. Sakura, Seto, and Jerry, you guys are up at the top.
I'm still loading, but as soon as Seto wakes up, he's gonna punch the wall as hard as he can He's gonna mutter to himself, I'm gonna fucking kill that bitch.
Okay, yeah. So, and also, did you? Oh no, actually, never mind. So you can, if you like, if you guys want to look around, you're welcome to give investigation or perception checks for the room that you're in. If you want to search through the boxes, but
Definitely.
Oh,
Nice. That's a 30.
okay, so June, you thoroughly look through this room, and those boxes are both well, they are all empty in the room that you're in, but you do see that the stairway leading up, um, you can kind of feel there's a draft coming from the top of that stairway. Other than that, there's nothing around here.
Should begin making our way up the
Sakura,
stairs.
you find sitting behind you there are a couple of baskets, and there is one what looks sort of like a treasure chest. And as you open it, there is a sort of there's like a mist spilling out, very similar to what you saw the doors doing with the clouds. But as you open it, you realize that it is actually a living cloud that has just tried to push its way out of the box, and it kind of comes up and nuzzles you like a puppy. It's um yeah, you can actually pick up the item. It's basically a carpet of flying, but it's a cloud and it's alive.
Oh, so cute.
So you've got a little flying nimbus there that seems very happy that you've just let it out of its box. And it now just nuzzles up to you, and it seems quite happy.
Oh, she's very happy. She pets the cloud. I don't know if you can pet a cloud, but she tries to pet the cloud. Yes.
Yeah, look, I couldn't even find I was quite surprised that I couldn't find a perfect little golden cloud token, but I swear I will at some point. But yeah, so you can basically ride that thing. It's quite small, but yeah, it's exactly Goku's little cloud like that. The meme is on point. And let's see. So Estrella with a 14, you have a look around and you don't find too much, but you do find in one of those boxes there is a wand sitting in. You're not entirely sure what kind of a wand. It might need to be identified, but you also see at the top of the stairs, and Sakura, you see this as well at the bottom of the stairs, is there is a what looks like a terracotta soldier, like one of um, these statues of a warrior, and you see both of you at the same time. You kind of look up and down the stairs respectively, see each other on right on opposite ends of this, and between you on the middle platform, you see this kind of spirit fly across the room and into the statue.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
It just
I know.
disappears into the statue, but you just see it fly across the room briefly, and before you sort of notice each other on opposite ends, you seem to be split but together.
Can I see
And
them
you can
anywhere?
no, you can't. From where you are at this point, it's kind of walled off. You're in a tunnel. There is a ceiling to all of this. Oh, there's actually doors there that are supposed to be able to. Yeah, the walls in this one are a bit messed up.
Oh, I see.
Just remember, you can shift click if you need to stand in the middle of a grid, because with staircases, man, it becomes a nightmare with the grid.
They be weird.
And yeah, so who else? Oh, Seto. With yours, you find in that stack of crates next to you, you find a potion of healing. But you also see at the bottom of the stairs with the 24, you can see what looks like some kind of a spectral, like a couple of faces just floating in the air down about 2 floors, and at the end, at the bottom of the stairs that this thing is looking at, you can see Z standing looking up at them.
Well, Seta's gonna dash.
Okay, as you do that, well, what are you doing as you run up behind this thing? Are you trying to sneak up on it, get past it, or what are you doing?
I'm just trying to get to Z. Don't really care about sneaking. I don't
Yeah,
care
I
even
mean,
about the ghost either. I'm just, if I can go through it, I'm just going through it.
okay, yeah, it is incorporeal, so you can run straight through it. Oh, the game might not. Yeah, there you go. But as you do, you take 1 force damage as you pass through it, and you just hear it kind of hissing out as it lifts up into the air, seeming quite surprised at something just running through it, and turns around and flies back up the stairs past and assumingly into the statue that you just ran past, which is also one of those terracotta soldiers.
Well, I'm just gonna look at Z and ask her, have you ever seen anything like this? Any experience? Like, what the hell is going on? Where are we?
I was about to ask you the same questions. I don't know what the fuck this is. Who the hell is Sakura's mother? Why? I mean, holy shit. I mean, she did have magical stairs all over the castle. I guess this is her thing.
I don't know what she wants, but she's gonna get the beating.
Oh, you can say that again.
Yeah, let's just be wary of everything. Who knows if this thing is trapped or anything.
Yeah,
Just
well,
gonna be
that spirit didn't seem too friendly. I don't know what that was. I've never seen. I mean, look, I know it sounds crazy, but I've seen ghosts, and that was no ghost. That was something else. Oh, I wonder where the hell everyone else is.
Yeah, King. I've heard June's voice. I don't know if you did, but I don't know where or how. God, this
Yeah, well,
thing.
didn't hear her. I mean, your ears are much keener than mine, but maybe she was closer to where you woke up. I haven't heard anyone from where I am.
By the way, DM, would Seta remember if this thing is a wall or did it look like a break, like a gap that we could just jump across?
Yeah, that looked like a gap that you could jump across.
Okay.
And June, you are now seeing the same gap. That it does look like a gap you can jump across, but as you're making your way through here, all of these crates on the side seem to be empty.
Dang. um, yeah, for now she'll try get a bit closer. Basically check if she has the ability to actually jump this gap. Actually, wait. She'll look over the edge first and see what what happens if she doesn't make the jump.
Okay, yeah, you can, as you peer over the edge, it seems like it just goes on almost forever, but you can tell that you're quite high up and you can see that there are other buildings underneath, like hidden in the darkness. And so basically the floors, you're on the top floor and you can kind of see the floors underneath that where they've been built, but it is so dark in here and there is all this thick blue mist swirling around with little motes of light that look like kind of fireflies. Um, the magic in this place, it seems to be like you're in some kind of an possibly extra dimensional, but you haven't heard any bags of holding exploding, so it's possibly similar to the tower. You might still be in the tower. But yeah, it's basically a death drop if you were to fall.
Yeah, not willing to take any risks. She'll blow on her flute again and cast levitate on herself just to levitate over.
It is only a 10-foot gap, though. I will point that out. I mean,
Okay. I can't actually
it's
scale
quite
10
cramped
feet.
in here.
I don't have enough strength to jump 10 feet though.
Yeah. Okay. So then, then you can do the fly, but you would know that you'd be able to judge for yourself. You know how far you can jump.
Yeah. And that's all she'll do for now. She'll cast levitate and just go across.
Okay. Yeah. So you do sort of with levitate, because that only goes up and down. You do have to get a bit of a running jump, but then you 0 G, just like matrix jump basically, and you manage to land on the other side. You can see that the boxes ahead of you seem to have been opened already, and like someone's already gone through them.
All right.
Been,
GM. Jerry's writing on Discord.
oh, sorry, I needed to scroll down. Yeah, you can, with an investigation of 18, you don't find anything in this room. It seems to be basically empty, but you and Spike make your way down the stairs. And when you get to the bottom of the stairs, you see to your right-hand side, there is, so, well, the left-hand side of the map, there is a staircase heading up, and there is a statue standing at the top of it. And there's another staircase heading down quite a ways into what looks like quite a large chamber. But at this moment, I also want to find out what Estrella and Sakura are doing. Because, yeah, you guys are all basically looking at the same platform, Jerry, Estrella, and Sakura, from different angles, but you can't all see each other. But you do both hear Jerry as he yells out, "Can anyone hear me?" And it echoes up from the staircase.
Well, thing is right. Do is summon and make and have it pick up the wand, then drop it into her bag of holding. So I don't know if that thing is cursed. Up around to see if there's like any place other than like adjacent to her place you potentially could.
No, not from. I mean, you could probably misty step to where Sakura is. You can see all the way up that staircase. But as you're getting to the top of this, you would have to. Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to avoid stepping in that room, then you would have to go across, or maybe you'd be able to get into the corner, into one of the corners.
Nope, I would have to step in. Yes, let's step in and.
Yeah, and as you step in, as predicted, you see the statue's head just turn to you, and you see some dust kind of falling off of it as it starts rearing back to swing its sword. And with that, I'm going to ask everybody to roll for initiative.
Yay!
Yeah, how's everyone feeling on time? Because I know it's already 20 past 11. This took a little bit longer to get here than expected. Are you? Is everyone wanting to end at 12 as usual tonight?
Oh, I'm good to keep going until whenever.
I'm happy with whatever as well.
Because yeah, I mean, it might take a while with this, but yeah, if we don't finish it, it's fine. We can end halfway through, but I'm happy to keep going if you guys are.
My map again is fine. So, yeah, but yeah, I'm good to keep going until I'm good.
Cool. So yeah, so basically just and kind of an overview. If you guys can get to the end of this, that you're basically in a maze, and the challenge is now going to be getting through this maze. How you do that is going to be entirely up to you, but from what you can see now in front of you, Australia, there is this animated terracotta soldier. I think, who hasn't rolled initiative? Right, just Jerry.
He rolled this. I can see.
Yeah, just need to add it there. Oh, okay. I rolled a 7 for you, so it's close enough. Yeah, you guys are all O and Z. Always forget about Z.
Poor G. She always gets forgotten.
Yeah. Okay. So Sakura, you're up first. You see Estrella trying to creep into this room and trying to get around it as you see the statue now suddenly spring to life. What would you like to do?
You hear a voice in your head saying, "Alaka." You don't know who it is, but you can skepticize from the glare that she's giving you. She's gonna start out with a cantrip just to sort of see, like, test its resistances and stuff. So she's gonna use Firebolt. She doesn't really know what stone is resistant to, so or does she?
Well, you're not sure about this. You've give me a history check to see if you've ever seen one of these statues before. Okay, so you've not actually seen any, but you have heard about them. You've heard that there are entire armies of these statues that have been hidden away. That the emperor used to use them. There's like all sorts of myths and legends about them, but the things that you've heard is that they were made in honor of these incredible warriors that have been long dead for a long time. So you're not sure what the hell a statue would be like in combat. You would have no reference for that. But yeah, you recognize this as a kind of a sacred statue, if you will.
Can she actually damage it? Okay, she's going to sort of just move, like, can it see her from where it is?
Yeah, I can probably see up the stairs, but it is currently definitely focused on Australia.
She'll bow and she'll be like, "Hi, gozaimasu." She's just trying to find a way to sort of do this without harming it, because just no. But if, if she'll ask if he needs help with anything. But if he does make a move, she has, let's say, Mind Sliver. No, Firebolt readied.
Okay, cool. So you ready a firebolt as you greet it and wait to see its reaction, but it is currently lifting what looks like a rather heavy pole arm that it looks like it's about to try and attack Australia. It's just waking up but it does not seem friendly, nor does it seem all that interested in talking. But you can hold your ready action and find out what it does in its turn.
Mm,
You can say if it the trigger will be if it does try and make a move, you'll let go of the
Yeah.
fireball.
yes, please.
Yeah, no, that's cool. So yeah, you ready a firebolt and try and reason with it. You can give me a persuasion check just as your bonus action.
Oh, I'm so bad at this.
Yeah, I mean, uh, look, you say you're bad at it, but you managed to convince a dragon to have tea with him. Maybe talking to a statue is a bit of a different ball game. It's got a head full of rocks. Yeah, but that's cool. So you ready the firebolt, and that'll take us to Seto.
Well, Seta would look at you and said, let's just try to find June, and he would move to here and he would yell out, June, can you hear me? Where are you? And that would be my turn.
As you say that, you hear this rumbling of what you can't quite tell if it's metal or stone grinding against each other, but you see something moving in the room beyond as the statue in there takes a step forward as well. You just see it peeking around the corner, but yeah, that one is now awake as well. But that'll be now, I guess, the end of Seto's turn, and Z will just standing behind. She's gonna come and grab onto you, Seto, as she sees this thing stepping out into the hallway, and she goes, "Oh, be careful! We've got to be ready for this thing." And she's gonna try and just move her way into this little side piece and ready an action with her sword. That if it comes down the stairs, she'll swing at it. But that'll take us to Australia. You you hear Sakura calling out to the statue, and you see it busy raising its arms. What are you doing?
Well, I don't like that, so. Yep. How far down the stairs can I?
Yeah, you can see Jerry standing at the bottom of the stairs. You can actually see all the way.
Perfect. Then, gonna say, well, I'm gonna get a little distance and misty step down, basically under the bridge. Then,
Yeah, so you can't actually see the bridge from where you are because you're basically in a tunnel just heading down that stairway. That's for the walls, but it hasn't worked properly. So I don't know what it actually blocks, but
that's a good question.
yeah, you can get down to the bottom.
Yep. Then I'm like, just because I'm movement, it's like, okay, there is something. There's a wall here. Reason.
I think that's just like
Maybe.
they are walls. The walls are set up, so you shouldn't be able to walk through walls. But yeah, it's a little bit cramped in this map. So yeah, you managed to make your way to the bottom of the stairs, though. We'll say you can get into that room.
Yeah, and I'm like, Jerry, there's like a big statue that doesn't seem friendly, so I'm taking care of that. While it does that, I'm spreading action, which looks like a stone, most likely not too mobile, and therefore the sacred flame. So if this does any, what is it called, hostile action, then I will.
Okay. Yeah, so that is going to take us to its turn. and yeah, you see it as you go misty step down the stairs. You see it raise its weapon and just come charging down. It's like about to swing at you with this kind of halberd, and then as you misty step away, it just lifts it up as if it's going to charge down the stairs with it. And you just it does this silently. I don't think it can actually make a noise, but you definitely see it is not about to start chatting, Sakura. It is definitely hostile, so you can release that as it runs past, and Estrella, you'll definitely see that this thing means business as it comes charging down the stairs. The firebolt definitely hits with a 25, but with that you see that you were right, and it is resistant to fire damage.
Okay. Yeah, I did suspect. Just have to test it.
I need a dex 17.
Okay, sorry, let me just add the damage. That's what. So yeah, you see Sakura nail it with a firebolt as it comes running, and then a dex. Then that is a 12. I think that fails.
Yeah, so it gets basically engulfed in radiant fire.
All right, yeah, this fire comes down from the sky, and I just want to check. Yes, nice. All right, so it takes the full damage there, and that was used at 12.
Yep.
Nice. Okay, so yeah, it does take that damage as it comes charging towards the stairs, and it is going to only be able to. Yeah, so it gets about halfway down the stairs, but you can see now this statue is pretty huge, and it is just trying to like muscle its way down the passage. June, that's going to take us to you.
Right. So, yeah, she's gonna take a few steps out and probably see the statue over there. What is the statue currently doing? Does it have its sword ready or something like that?
Yeah, this one has got a sword in one hand, and it's got a long sword in one hand and a short sword in the other. And it is currently moving around the corner, looking down the stairs towards Seto, who you can see over his shoulder now.
All right. Fuck it. I'm gonna use an action to shape change into Sakura's bomb, and
Okay.
I'll then order the statue. Say, put the sword away for God's sake. We have guests here. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try.
Okay.
Try.
Yeah, you can give me a persuasion check with advantage because you're using Anaki's form.
Indeed.
Okay, a
Well,
19.
shitty
Nice.
rolls, but yeah, it's still a good amount.
Yeah, no, 19 is not bad. Okay, so is that all you're doing on your turn?
Indeed. We'll see what happens and see if the statue listens.
Yeah, so then it'll be Jerry's turn before we see that reaction. So Jerry, yeah, you can see this thing now coming down the stairs towards you. The stairs behind you, and yeah, it's about 25 feet away from you, up the stairs directly in front of you, and Spike's right there with you. What do you want to do? No, naturally. Oh, God, love random name generation. Okay, so Spike charges up the stairs towards him. Can give me your attack roll for Spike. Okay, a 17 will not hit. Okay, but those both attacks the Spike. Yeah, those will both miss. As Spike just runs up and starts biting into it, but can't quite bite into the stone. This thing seems way too sturdy to just be biting chunks out of. You're still at the bottom of the stairs. You can see it now, sort of wrestling with Spike on its arm. Just it doesn't seem to really be getting hurt, but seems kind of annoyed at this winged dog hanging off of its arm. Okay, and you charge up the stairs to try and assist Spike, and yeah, and you will manage to clubber into this thing. A 30 will definitely hit. Okay, so with Divine Smite, a total of 38 damage. All right. So with the first attack, you leap up, and the arm that the Spike is busy chewing off of, you smash into the shoulder, and you just see the rock and everything crumble and shatter as you slice one of its arms clean off with 38 damage. And you kind of were thinking it was going to be a double strike, so you go through to slice again, but the arm is already on the floor, and you miss completely. Uh, so holy shit, you get a plus 15. That's insane. Um, all right. So with that, you've done some major damage to it, and it is going to take us to the other one's turn, who turns around now as he's about to head down the stairs. He turns to look up at June, who's now looking like a Naki, and you see the head kind of tilt to the side. The expression doesn't really change, but it does look at you with this confused look before the statue then suddenly like lurches forward, and you see out of it, you see it kind of, as it lurches forward, collapses to the side of the room and solidifies again into a statue, just now in a very strange pose.
Awesome.
But as you do that, um, you see a spirit come flying out of the statue and just look at you. You hear this ominous kind of scream echoing around you before it turns around and it darts down the stairs, and it's going to go right through Seto and Z. That's 40. Yes, dashing. Hold on. Yeah, you see this ghost just scream and go flying down the stairs at high speed. But the statue is no longer mobile and is removed from the initiative. How do I do that?
It worked.
So yeah, that one is no longer oh shit, I rolled again.
Hmm. Um, Sakura didn't know that you could like get the spirit out. So not like what do I do? She doesn't want to destroy the statue. Um, so she asks June if she can come over here and do the same thing. She's actually going to ask her new girlfriend if they can like fly over and bring June back over here.
Okay, hold on. Are you looking at the map?
Well, I'm not on the map. I'm currently watching on the stream, but yeah, it's quite a far away.
Okay, so I just want to point out that you didn't see any of what just happened there. You're still in the room you woke up in. You haven't you saw the one statue run across the room and you try to hit it with the firebolt, and Jerry is currently in a fight at the bottom of the stairs there, but you're still standing up in the room. So you definitely haven't seen June, Seto, or Z, but you can hear Jerry fighting underneath, and you saw Estrella run past.
She's gonna use the mind sliver cantrip on it.
Okay, so where are you moving to? Are you going down to the bottom of the stairs to do this?
Sort of, just so I can see it again.
Yeah, okay, you'd have to use all your movement to get to the bottom of the stairs and see down into the other stairwell, but
Okay,
you would be able to see it. It's currently just had one of its arms chopped off by Jerry, and it is in combat with Jerry and Spike, but what's that, an intelligence save?
yes, please.
Okay, that's a 14.
It takes 11 psychic damage.
Okay, just double check. Cool. Yeah, it takes 11 psychic damage as you see its one arm and it's now like shaking its head. It seems like it's quite stressed out. Is there anything else you want to do?
No, that's it.
Okay, then that'll take us to set.
Well, Sept is gonna look at June and just gonna tell her, well, that was helpful to say at least. Even though I don't quite like what you just did, but sure. And I'm just gonna wait for June to come to us so we can move together.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, I mean that'll just mean standing there for another 6 seconds, I suppose. So yeah, then Z will kind of say to you, oh, shit, I don't know what the hell that thing was, but there might be more of them. We need to find the others. And that's all she's going to do on her turn. She'll move to the bottom of the stairs just to try and see where that spirit went, but she can't see anything. That is going to be her turn. Estrella, what do you do?
this one. That. Oh. Don't we try the same thing?
Okay, another sacred flame.
Yep.
Ooh, another 12.
Yeah, so another flame just engulfed it.
Okay, yeah, you see this thing getting just torn apart. It's looking really bad now. It's just sort of smoldering. Mostly, like some of its face has kind of been broken off now, as well as that flame engulfs it. You just see it crumbling, and all that's basically left is its arm, and it's one arm and the rest of its body. I mean, and like half of its face. But yeah, it's only got the one arm at the moment. It looks nearly dead. Is that going to be your turn?
Uh, Yep, I'm gonna take my pen and play a little tone and give bardic inspiration to Jerry. Not that he needs it, but maybe you can save him.
Okay, nice. So yeah, Jerry, you've got your bardic inspiration, and that is going to take us to the statue's turn. And he is going to. It's like you see, this thing is getting completely wrecked, so it's only going to take one attack against you, Jerry. I'm not sure. Yeah, that didn't show up, but it was. Um, I rolled a 12, and it's a plus 8, so it would have been a 20 to hit. Okay, is it showing the totals of the damage there for you guys?
Let's see.
Okay,
I see.
I'm just going to take the average because it wasn't rolling for it properly. But you take 43 bludgeoning damage as this thing just like screeches out with its last movement and brings the sword down. And in this tight space, you can't quite avoid it. It just hits you, and yeah, you take 43 bludgeoning. I doubt you're not raging, are you? Okay, yeah. If you're raging, then it's hard. So
That's my secret, Cap. I'm always angry.
so
Basically
20,
this one.
so 21, yeah. But with that, at the end of that, he's only going to take the one attack, and then just to kind of try and distract you while you see the spirit come flying out of this one as well and going over your head, and well, it goes sort of through you guys and down the stairs. Um, you see it round the corner and go all the way down to, oh shit. It goes all the way down to the bottom of the stairs that you can see there, Australia. You see it going down, and that is going to take that one out of combat. So we're going to. Mm, didn't really think about how initiative order was going to work with this one. So we're out of initiative for the moment, but yeah, so you guys can move out of turn order.
Yeah, I'll walk down the stairs, drop Sakura's mom's form, I'll say to Seto, are you saying you wanted to fight that statue thing?
I didn't want to see that ugly face again, so.
She's a bitch. It's fine.
Yeah, agreed. Well, I'll just keep moving, and hopefully we can see everybody else. At least I'm glad that Jerry's on the other side, if there even is another side.
Yeah, there was a big gap I had to cross on the way, and that kind of drops down to nothing, and a few more buildings below. I don't think we're on that ship anymore.
The ship was strange to begin with. Who knows where the hell who the hell knows where we are right now?
This is going to be definitely a difficult situation.
Oh, just follow me and don't touch anything, because who knows if this thing is trapped or whatever, right? You know, I don't want to see any more split ups.
Right, lead the way.
And yeah, Sakura, from your perspective, you see after this, and you and Jerry and Estrella all see this, it sort of crumbles to dust after this spirit has left it. It was that badly damaged that as just an object, it didn't even have enough to keep standing.
And I saw the quote unquote ghost or whatever it was leave the statue.
Yeah, you saw it leave the statue, fly down the stairs and around the corner down the other stairs.
Yep. I'm not sure if it can possess living people, but just to make sure, I basically on my forehead draw the symbol of protection from evil and good. Then it's like, Jerry, up or down? Oh, well, I guess I can see up here, but I guess we're going down. Jerry, most likely want to leave. Also, while I am at, I don't want Jerry to go down, so I'm gonna use. Oh, I can use two of the healing light dice. So that's 7 healing to Jerry.
Okay, cool. Jerry, you get 7 hit points back. And yeah, the three of you are all now together in one chamber as Z is following the other pair of you down. And yeah, you can just see that there's this winding network of staircases. There's as you get to the bottom of that staircase, there's another one heading up um, next to you. So can you? Oh, here we go. Yeah, sorry, I might just have to move you.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, perfect. I can at least move.
There. Sorry. Okay, so yeah, you guys down at the bottom, you see a staircase that leads down, and you can see what looks like some kind of a crypt. I mean, what do you call it? Well, there's an urn that seems to be overturned, and there is also what looks like it might have held the body once, but you can see that the stone is kind of moved and it seems open.
DM, I can't seem to move to where everybody else is.
That's because this basically counts like a wall. Reason.
Yeah, sorry, I tried to move you on the other side. I think it just glitched you back.
You have to use the keys to move from this point on. You
Oh, I see. That's a bit weird. All right.
yeah.
And yeah, but the other three of you are at the top of the stairs. What are you guys doing? Jerry, are you? Oh, sorry, I keep missing your messages. But yeah, so we'll say that the thing didn't even get a chance to crumble to dust because Jerry was just smashing up the rest of it. But you guys are now gathered at the top of the stairs. Jerry, Estrella, and Sakura. What are you guys doing?
I think I would like to ask my cloud friend to like just like fly me down to where Soto is.
Yeah, you can definitely ride your cloud. So there's not much space to hover around in here, but you can keep up off the ground. We'll say from this point that you are hovering in there.
She'll sort of just go down the stairs, but when she gets to where it sort of goes over the other one, she'll just sort of go down onto the other one using her cloud so that she doesn't like fall and die.
Jerry said he would like to go down the stairs.
Yeah, I saw that. So it'll be Jerry heading down and Sakura following on the cloud, and then Estrella with them. Okay, so as you guys descend into the bottom of this other chamber, you see now there are two more statues, and as you're getting to the bottom, you see both of them being inhabited by separate spirits. And we're going to jump back into initiative order. Okay, so yeah, we're going to jump back into initiative order with Australia where we left off. So Australia, you'll be up first. What do you want to do?
Damn it! God damn you! Ugh. No, not gonna damage Jerry. So the first thing I do is on this one here, I put a hex on it. Yes, first thing I do, and then sacred flame it.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay, yeah, that's a 3, so it definitely takes that 9 down,
9 plus 4, unless it's immune to necrotic damage.
which it is.
Okay. Oh well. At least I'm. Oh yeah. Just give it disadvantage. Oh yeah, disadvantage on 6. 6 and 6.
From Sacred Flame, okay.
No, not that's hex.
And then you hexing it. Okay. Cool. So disadvantage on dex.
Yeah, but it's not saves. And I'm like,
Oh.
I'm ending it here because I'm like, oh well, not gonna get. At least I hope.
Okay, so that'll take us to June. You hear that sacred flame going off just around the corner, at the top of the flight of stairs, quite nearby.
I look to Seta. I'm like, do you think that trick will work the same twice in a row? Seta.
Can't answer, dude. We're in combat.
Oh, right.
I'll allow it because you guys haven't actually entered the combat field. I'll allow you to. It's just the two of you that side. I mean, and Z, but I'll let you speak freely.
Oh. I mean, it worked the first time, but you don't have anything to lose, right?
Fair enough. I'll use my action and change into Sakura's mom again, and begin walking. Oh wait, I have to use WASD. Begin walking up and shout down the corridor, and I said, "What did I say about drawing your weapons on our friends?"
Okay, so yeah, Jerry and Estrella, you guys hear Sakura's mom coming. But yeah, that you can try and do that again. Give me another deception check, June.
Deception. I am very good at deception. Deception.
With advantage because it's Sakura's mom. Okay, yeah. So it's pretty convincing. Jerry, you definitely see the woman that knocked you out walking up the stairs.
I'm about to get whacked by Jerry.
Well, so he doesn't want to kill you as badly as yeah. So is that going to be your turn, June?
Yeah.
All right. Jerry, it's your turn. You see there are two animated statues, and Anaki is walking up the stairs. What do you want to do? You are right between both of the statues. They're literally 10 feet on either side. Thank you, whoever just brought up the ruler as I was about to do it. The timing was on point. And yeah, I mean, Estrella's about maybe 10 feet behind you, 15 feet behind you, and Sakura's about 30 feet behind you. Uh, and June is 30 feet away from you as well as Anaki. So basically, everything's within your reach from this point. And there's a whole other set of stairs to the other side of you, which you don't see anything in that direction. Yeah, she's kind of floating on the cloud at the moment. So she's still most of the way up the stairs, but she's kind of hovering. I mean, you're welcome to make an insight check, but you'd have to beat a 27 to know that it's June. Yeah, I don't think it'll happen either. Jerry's good at many things, but I don't think that's one of them.
I think the only one that could have done that would have
when
been
you
Stesnia.
deceive too well.
That would actually be likely.
Oh no. No.
Oh, and he just got his new throwing hammer.
No. This is gonna be great. Nah, it doesn't hit. 28 definitely doesn't hit. I'm
Is
sure.
that a ranged attack?
Yeah, I think I think it's the same modifier.
No. If it is, can Seta see it?
No, Seto can't see Jerry throwing it from his angle at the moment.
God damn it!
You can probably just see the back of June from where you are.
I mean, it does, like the spell, the item says that I only have to see the creature.
Oh yeah, then I suppose you can see the creature. But yeah, this effect is gonna get you as well, Seto.
I mean, it doesn't if I redirect it.
Okay, yeah, I mean you can you can try and is it all ranged attacks or
It's an
range?
attack from a magical.
Yeah, from a
ranged
magical
weapon.
ranged weapon. Yeah, you can try and redirect it.
Thank God. Thank you, Seto.
Yeah, but it's only 10 feet, man. Well, I guess it's gonna struck the bridge here. I don't know where else.
Well, I mean you can either go up it or down. Well, bear in mind these stairs look very old.
Oh shit. I mean, I'm not.
I mean, you can do it in any direction, but it's a full tunnel. You basically redirecting it right as it's about to impact June's face. So it could be anywhere 10 feet from June.
Yep, it's going up.
Okay, yeah. So the Jerry, as this thing is about to cleave this woman's head clean off, you just see it suddenly this strange pulse turn it mid-air and it arcs up through the ceiling, just bashing a hole straight through the ceiling, and you kind of see the hammer disappear. But as you try and pull it back to you, it smashes another hole in the ceiling just in front of you, and you catch it again. So I think, yeah, that can you just make it miss?
You can cause a range attack to target a different target. Alternatively, you can move the area of effect. Nope, I have to make the target. Oh.
I mean, yeah. I mean, for the yeah, you were destroying something in the process. So, but I'll say for in this case, I'll allow it for just because it would be kind of stupid if you took each other's head off anyway, and I'll allow it saying that you used the tunnel as the target and you definitely managed to destroy the roof of the tunnel. June, you get some rubble dropping on your head, but it doesn't actually do any damage. You do manage to avoid getting hammered in the face, though. That is his first attack.
He has 2 attacks. Shit.
Yep, I can't do it again.
Yeah, that's a good point because it went off. Yeah, if we're saying the target is the top of the tunnel, then you're still going to both have to make that con save actually because of the it's a 30-foot sphere around it. So
Okay.
you managed to avoid taking the hit, but yeah, I'm going to say not the con save because it's a hell of a weapon that. So what is the DC on that, Jerry?
16! Son of a cunt!
Hey.
Oh, okay, so they both miss. Oh, did everyone else's go red for a second there? What the hell?
Oh, I think it's the. I don't know why. Never mind.
Oh no, there was someone measuring. I thought it was like, I was like, this game's really clever. There's a blood mist because you guys just exploded or something. What happens to them, Jerry?
Oh, we're fucked.
I certainly hope that's all that happens.
Noise?
Okay, yeah. So as this hammer smashes into the ceiling, there's this thunderous explosion as you are both stunned by the sound. But yeah, it's that is thankfully all it does. And Jerry, what else do you want to do?
He probably has a second attack.
We're stunned until the end of his next turn.
I'll say you can make an intelligence or a wisdom check to see if you can recognize that it was Seto that deflected that, because you've seen him deflect things in the past, and that it clearly wasn't her. She was looking like she was fully expecting to get smacked in the face. So either an intelligence or so yeah, I'll say insight actually. You can make it intelligence based if you like, but yeah, it'll be an insight check.
Hope your wisdom is good.
Oh, thank God.
Okay, yeah, with the 17, you recognize that that's that what just happened to the hammer probably came from the same item that Seto has. It's quite possible that it was him, but it's up to you how you want to play that. Oh, wait, how do I not? Okay, so yeah, with that, You take your second swing and that definitely hits. Yeah. Okay, nice. Oh shit, 41. And so is this with the hammer now as well? And does that does it have to make that save as well? Oh, actually, it would have probably had to make the save on the first one. Okay. Yeah, so I'll say that one also had to make it save off of the first thing to be stunned. Yeah, it was within 30 feet of that first attack. Okay, it got an 11, so this one is actually stunned as well, but you have also managed to do 40 points of damage to it. It's looking kind of broken now. There are some chunks missing from this statue. Is that going to be your turn? Another.
No, I think that was just the advantage from stun.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. So then that will take us to the top of the round. Oh, yeah, Spike. Go, Spike. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, cool. And second one will hit as well, as yes, Spike just jumps onto this thing and starts mauling it. And another set. Okay, cool. So this thing's looking pretty badly hurt, and that'll take us to the top of the round with Sakura. You are up on your cloud, halfway up the stairs. What are you doing?
She doesn't really know. I mean, Jin still looks like her mother, right?
Yeah, but you can't see her from where you are at the moment. You're still up the stairs. You can just basically see down this tunnel in front of you. But that cloud is pretty fast, and you're in the air, so you can move over anyone's head. So you can tell me where you want to go before you go.
I think she'll cast Moonfever first on the one on the left.
Okay, yeah, you will have to come in a bit closer, but you've got plenty of movement. Mind Sliver on the left one, the one that Jerry's already attacking.
Yeah.
Intelligence. 16, it fails.
Well, then it takes 9 psychic damage, and then she's gonna sort of like fly down to Seto.
Okay, yeah, then you would fly over June and see the face of your mother. You can make an insight check to see if you can tell that it's June.
I would need a nat 20 for that.
Ah, close.
You actually got pretty close. You suddenly you find it strange that she would be here after everything that's happened. It seems like really out of place. But yeah, what is the flying speed on your cloud is like 80 feet or something.
Yep, 80 feet.
Okay, yeah. So you can get down there. You manage to fly over her head, and yeah, it is confusing, but you are suspicious.
And she'll look to Saito and be like, huh? And then that's her turn.
Okay, then it is going to be the statue who is stunned, so he can't do anything. Does he get to remake his save?
Nope.
Oh yeah, when you come down, you see both your mother and Seto both are stunned. Is there no making a save?
No, until the end of next turn of Jerry, we're all just sitting ducks.
Oh, all right. Well, yeah. So that one's down, and then Seto, it's your turn. Do you want to describe what Sakura arrives to see?
Stuck in a place and just you can see a little bit of a widening, but that's all he can do. Got smacked by his own technique.
Okay, so yeah, oh, close quarters gets rough. Then that is going to take us to the other one, who's going to take a step out off of its platform and take a swing at you, Jerry.
Does it see Sakura's mom and when she shouted as well?
Yeah, that's a good point. But he's gonna make a check, but he's gonna have advantage because he also just saw his enemy attack his boss. Like that's there's some contradiction happening there. So let's see.
Inconsiderate.
Okay, so with a 16, it looks up and it looks very confused, and it is going to. Oh, it's very fucking confused. Yeah, with a 16 versus 27, you see it's about to smash Jerry, and then it just looks up, and you see it kind of smash its weapon down into the ground as the spirit backs up out of it, and that one turns back to stone. That is going to take us to Z. Okay, hold on. And then the spirit is going to fly straight through you all. Again, it's just going to come screaming down the stairs. Uh, okay, and yeah, that's going to take us to, what did I say, Z, she's going to come down and try and shake you out of your stun. She's just going to say, "Hey, Seta, what the hell?" And she's going to try and move you. I don't think there's anything she can actually do to help you. So it's going to bring us to Estrella. Yeah, Estrella, what do you want to do?
Let's just give it the old sacred point since that worked so perfect last time. And since it's stunned, I think it automatically fails it.
Yeah, it'll automatically fail dex saves. So 12 radiant damage.
anything. So let's just land here since that seems like the safest place at the moment.
Okay, June, you are still stunned.
Yeah, I'm stunned until the end of Jerry's turn. Yeah.
Okay, so it is Jerry's turn again. You've seen the spirit leave the one that was about to attack you, and the one in front of you is still stunned until the end of your turn. What do you want to do? Finish him. Yeah, you can probably do that. He's got.
Holy mother of God.
But you missed.
Remember, you should still have your bardic inspiration.
Oh yeah, you do have bardic inspiration. That's a good point. How? Oh yeah. Yeah, and that'll make it just enough. Well, more than enough, but jeez, you needed to roll a 3 to miss. That's amazing. And yeah, how do you want to do this? Yeah, you can completely crush it to dust by doing that. Just smash it from head to toe. It'll crumble. And yeah, okay. So is that what you're doing? You leap up into the air and just overhead smash? Okay, cool. Yeah. So as Jerry bashes this thing into rubble, that is going to bring us out of combat again. As the stun finally wears off on the other two, and you see that as he smashes it into rubble, the spirit leaves it, comes screaming past you all again and back down the stairs. But yeah, we are out of combat. You can move as you see fit.
Yeah, June will come out of the stun and immediately look at Jerry and shout, "Do you have a brain? You could have taken my head off!" And I'm still in her body and acting it out perfectly.
And sorry, you all get 1,000 experience.
Yay! When Jerry says that, Jin runs around the corner.
Yeah, all right. So she moves out of your view. Jerry, are you giving chase? You've already seen Sakura go down there, go float down there on her cloud. Yeah, everyone, you've all kind of back together now. You can see what's going on. As Jerry comes charging down the stairs after June. Well,
With-
after Anaki.
Yeah, Jun makes the connection. It's like, oh, he's stupid. I get it. And then I put the mask back on and point. It's me, you dumbass.
So he kind of laughs because, oh, dangerous trick.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that though, would you?
And when Estrella just basically nuts.
Okay, yeah. So you carry on. You guys have all basically just descended the stairs into a room where there is a small. It looks like it was maybe a crypt or something. Yeah. What are you guys doing? Jerry's heading. Well, you've basically head down the stairs to where you saw the spirit go last, but now it's you're all back together now. And the ones of you that were already in this room, you saw it go down the stairs to the south.
Well, the first thing that Seto would do is, if it's fine, he would try to recognize Sakura's key, and if it succeeds that she is not imposter, he would hug her and tell her straight in the eye that I'm so glad that you're fine. I don't know what she did to all of us, but I guess that's what we deserve, to trust a stranger.
Yeah, Jun will say to Sakura, your mom may still be an absolute bitch, but she's still hot, so you still got that going for you.
You know, Sakura can't hear you. She's like all like pressed up in Cecil's hair. She's hugging him tightly. You hear a sniffle. She's pretty upset.
Jerry will basically reply to the. Yep.
Jerry woke and chose violence.
Knowing is half the battle. The other half is violence. And Jerry is really good at that part.
Yeah, no. There's one thing Jerry's very good at. It's the violence.
I'm gonna tap Sakura's head and I'm gonna say to her, well, at least you got a friend. Or whatever that thing is that you're standing on.
Yeah. Oh, fucking. I haven't named it.
You're like tall as me now. That's amazing.
She's very proud of herself.
Well, before we go down, did you guys saw anything? Any clue how to get out of this freaking place?
Well, as far as I know, there's only the path to our south. Did you guys see any other paths from where you came?
Is there anything you found that could give any clue whatsoever?
So no, at this point you've only seen the places that you've been, and the room that that Jerry was just in, that Estrella and Jerry and Sakura came from. You know that there was another route that way, which you haven't checked out yet, and then you haven't looked down the stairs that are right next to you here, heading south. But yeah, none of you saw an exit from the way you came, and it seems like you all came from the higher levels, and this place, these stairs seem to be taking you lower and lower as the maze sort of continues.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, you could probably investigate some things along the way. Like some of you have found things in crates. Other than that, there haven't been much in the way of clues.
June will definitely be walking this way to have just to look around.
Yeah, you see the one statue just in the middle of the room, kind of frozen there in this strange pose as you make your way past it.
I will nonchalantly bump it over if I can.
You can try. Give me an athletics check.
Sure thing.
Yeah, with the 12, you kind of like. I don't know if you've ever tried to shoulder bump someone that turned out to be a lot stronger than you thought, but it's like you try and knock it over, and it actually is pretty solid now. But it does kind of shake for a second on its feet. It's not connected to the pedestal anymore, but so it kind of rocks back and forth, but you don't quite manage to knock it over.
I'll pretend I didn't mess it up and continue going down.
Yeah, you make it look like you were just using it to kind of get past it and just swinging your way past it. But as you make your way into the other room, you find another set of stairs heading to what looks like a strange kind of, actually strangely familiar to you. This, yeah, it's hard to explain. It kind of looks like a set of tentacles that are holding an orb, and the orb seems to be encased in like a almost not a magical field. It looks kind of like glass, but it looks, I mean, as I said, it looks like glass. It is actually some kind of a force field that is just holding this little orb in place. You can, yeah, I mean, what do you want to do?
And Jin looks at it first, like, oh, this seems oddly familiar. Can I roll a history check to see if I know anything about it?
Yeah, sure. You can give me a history or an arcana to, if it's a, it depends. If it's about the podium, it'll be history. If it's about the actual orb, it'll be arcana.
Yeah, about the orb. See if I could probably attain it without causing too much issue. Yeah, 16.
You don't recognize this in particular. But it does seem like it has some kind of a charge to it. You see that there is, as you look closer, it looks almost like water swirling inside of it, and you realize that it's not maybe what you thought it was when you first walked in. The podium seems to not have anything to do with this actual orb. This just seems like a case to keep it contained in here, but it seems to be some kind of water element inside the orb.
Okay. Yeah. So what I will do is I'll stand back and try use this little wall over here as cover and use Mage Hand to try see what happens if I try pull the orb out and bring it towards me.
Okay. Yeah. What check should it be if you like strength for mage hand, or is that sleight of hand? Yeah, I think I'll just say roll up a sleight of hand with your mage hand.
Alrighty. Not man.
Okay.
My roles as a player suck.
Yeah, so you see with the mage hand, it's like trying to pull it out, but that tentacle just seems to grip it even tighter, and you try and you do realize using the mage hand that there's kind of a seam to the actual little like glass force field around it, and it's trying to pry it open, but with only one hand, it can't quite do it.
Screw it. June will sigh and walk towards it and try just pull it out. See if she can just pull it out with her hands and use mage hand to assist her.
Yeah, so you can make another sleight of hand with advantage with your mage hand assisting you. So the mage hand can kind of pull it one side as you pull it the other.
Cool. Please be a good roll this time. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and with that you open it up and you open the casing and you find this orb lying inside of it.
Ooh. Nice.
So you can pick up that item, but as you do, I will direct all your attention to just off the map, next to where June is. And yeah, that's all I'll say. As this orb kind of pulses and seems to glow a little bit as you pick it up.
I'll make my way back to the party and say, "Hey guys, I found this sparkly orb thing. I'm sure nothing will go wrong with it."
Acceptable face palm and just say, why does everybody in this party likes to go alone?
Okay,
But it's
okay,
shiny.
Sakura will point out that she's always asked for help.
Sorry.
Sakura, can you please look at a thing? Can you discern anything about it?
Yeah, sure. Investigation, Arcana.
Well, it's up to you. Are you just looking at it? Are you identifying it? Are you, I mean, it's a magic item. You can give me an Arcana or investigation if you're just trying to look it over. But if you want the magical properties, you'll have to identify or roll really high on Arcana.
Let's see.
I mean, it's good. You've probably read about similar things. You can definitely tell that it's an elemental, some kind of an elemental orb. But as you're looking at it, you feel like you've read about one of these somewhere, and you sort of think in the back of your mind, and you might need to identify it to really know what it can do. But this, you're pretty sure this is a dangerous thing. There's something about it that you feel like you probably shouldn't be messing with, but you're not entirely sure.
As
Okay,
Sakura is explaining this, June is
No, I'm not
currently.
explaining this. I'm not saying this out loud. I'm
Well,
not saying
either
this
way,
out loud.
once you
June will not.
finish looking at it, June will take it back and start playing with it like a ball.
Okay, no. Sakura takes it back. So I need to identify this.
I don't let her take it back. I fight for it.
Do you want to know what it does or not?
Well, I would like to keep it. Thank you very much, because I found it.
You will destroy something that is dangerous. Please give it back.
June just holds it closer to her. My precious ball.
Sakura is trying very hard right now not to cast disintegrate, so I'll keep her off the side. Reasoning. She's not a people person. She doesn't know how to persuade you. Give it back or you'll kill all of us. Including yourself. I think. But I don't know because you won't let me identify it.
Well, you promised to give it back once you finish looking at it.
I can't promise because you're really dumb and I don't know what you're gonna do with it. And you're very dumb, and you'll probably do something stupid with it.
Well, that's just rude, and she puts it into her bag at this point.
Ugh. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. I will consider giving it back based on my analysis of what it can do.
And if it's really, really dangerous,
I will keep it, and no one will use it.
hmm, June will at this point actually take a closer look to see if she can actually figure out what it actually is.
You can give me another arcana, but at this point, to figure much else out, you'll probably need identify.
I'm just rolling to see if I can maybe figure it out. 22.
So there's the only thing that you can figure out that Sakura couldn't quite touch on is that it seems to have some kind of a like it seems to be either counting up to something or counting down to something. It like you can feel that the energy inside it is shifting.
Well, taking that into account, it's like, Jin looks at it for a second, is like, okay, here we go, I don't want it.
Sakura will try to identify it.
And then Jin will now take many steps back and just go out with the statue.
I just look at June and I'm like, I already told you it was dangerous. You should listen to me in the future. She's
You're
not in a
doing
mood for
great.
today. She's
Okay, so are you casting identify?
yeah.
All right, yeah. So you identify this as a devastation orb, which is an elemental bomb that can be created at the site of an elemental node. This takes a hell of a ritual with an elemental weapon, and it costs like 2,000 gold. But when this thing goes off, you can tell that this one is a water thing, but it detonates 1d100 hours after its creation, releasing the elemental energy that it contains, but it gives no outward sign of how much time remains before it will detonate. Spells like Identify and Divination have been used to ascertain when the orb will explode. So maybe you can figure it out. Yeah, so what you figure out is, do you see the big clock?
Yeah, I do on the screen.
Yeah, but that clock is how much time is left before it explodes. You don't know how quickly or that's ticking down. It's hard to tell. But you do know that it has an AC, it's got hit points, and reducing it to 0 hit points would cause it to explode instantly. It's got 15 hit points and an AC of 10. Yeah, and you need a special container to contain it, to stop it from detonating. But this one has now been removed from its container, so it is an official item. But this is a water orb, so it will create a torrential rainstorm that will last for 24 hours if it goes off. But serious rain, like if that went off in here, it would flood it almost like instantly. You could all be crushed and drowned if that were to go off in here.
Okay, I look at June and I'm like, okay, this validates my point. Why did you take it out?
June shouts from like a couple meters, from a whole lot of meters away, and shouts, "Because it was shiny."
She messages you in your head and says, if you keep on shouting, you're gonna get more enemies, and we're gonna have less time to get out of here before this explodes. See, another thing just went lit up.
You know, throw it down into the abyss below, and she points towards the blue, I don't know, abyss, whatever it is. Then we don't have to worry about it.
I mean, unless Z kind of steps forward and says, "But didn't you just say if you break it, it'll go off? What if it hits something on the way down, or hits the bottom? We don't know how deep that abyss is."
Well, I did check, and it seems very, very deep, and I don't know how that will interact with this place anyway.
I'm assuming that there's no way to really put it back in its thing.
So what you're saying is you're gonna keep that thing in your pocket.
Is there a way to get it back in its casing, kind of, in the thing?
You can try.
Okay. She's going to go and try.
Okay.
Seta will follow.
Thank you. But she's not going to spend more than 10 minutes on it. If she doesn't find a way to get it back in 10 minutes, she's going to try and find a way to get out.
Okay. You can give me. All right. You can actually give me a sleight of hand to try and close this thing back up.
Oh, fuck. Can I give it to Cesar to do?
Well, at this point, okay, well, let me describe what you see, because basically the thing that had been opened has actually dissipated after June opened it. It was like a magical force field, but he managed to actually pry it open. So now you just see this mass of tentacles that looks like there should be something sitting in it, but it doesn't. It isn't holding anything at the moment. So what are you trying to do to try and put this thing back?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Sorry,
yes.
Rest, there was no.
Are you just jabbing it on there? You're just
No,
plopping it on.
She wants to sort of carefully position it in a way that she feels that the force field will return, I suppose, and it will be contained.
Okay, so you can make an Arcana check to try and just find that sweet spot where it should be sitting. Okay, with a 26, you are 100% confident that you've got it in the right spot, but it doesn't seem to be just automatically reactivating. It seems like, and knowing actually with your identify of the item itself, I think it explains how to. Let me just double check. The special container can be crafted to contain it. Yes, so you see that it needs to be inscribed with symbols of the orb's opposing element.
Water, fire. Do I know the symbol?
Yeah, I mean you can with a 26 Arcana. Yes, you know the symbols, the alchemical symbols for fire and water and things like that. And you've identified this one as water. So what are you going to try and do?
I'm gonna try and do the inscribing of the symbol that I need to do for it to be like encased.
Okay, you can give me one more Arcana check to try and do this, to try and reactivate this by inscribing the symbols. So you draw a couple of symbols around this thing, and you see the tentacles shift and move slightly as you're doing this, but it seems like you can't. The order you haven't got right or something. It doesn't seem to be working. Seto, you're there with her. What are you doing?
It's beyond my realm of understanding. I'm just making sure that she doesn't die in the process.
She might.
Well, yeah, you're holding the bomb and it's not going back into this container. What are you doing? You can try again, but it'll be at disadvantage.
Yeah, I think I'll try again.
Okay, one more try. Give it a go. Okay. Oh, so you're so sure that you've got the right runes, but by this point you've now drawn too many, and this thing, the tentacles start to sizzle, and you're basically like drawing fire runes on them, and because there were just one too many, you start to see them sizzle up, and you smell calamari. It doesn't look like it's going to hold this thing again. You nearly had it, but looks like you're gonna have to find a different way to dispose of the bomb.
Saki, you tried, but I don't think that you should try again. If anything, let's just toss it in a stress bag for now, and if we find a way to dispose it somewhere safe, we'll do it. I don't think that anything can happen in that bag anyways. It's endless, as far as I know. But you probably know better.
Oh, does Australia have a bag of holding?
Yes.
Okay, well, yeah, let's put it in there for now. Get out of here, and if the bag's not overflowing with water at some point, then we should be fine. I think.
Go back to the group.
Sakura is being immature right now, and she's just gonna pretend that she doesn't exist. That's how pissed off she is. She's like, you know, don't see anyone there.
Yeah, when
So you're not walking back to them.
No, she is. She's walking back. She's acknowledging everyone else. She's just pretending that June does not exist right now.
of course, when Sakura is not looking at June, June is just gonna be doing that.
Well, Sakura doesn't see because June doesn't exist.
Oh my god, June, you're basically
Okay,
lower than Lori right now in
DM?
Sakura's mind.
DM, can we do what we agreed and just stop here? If that's alright.
Yeah, it is 1 o'clock. So that is where we're going to end things for tonight, as we're about halfway through this. So we will pick things up again next week.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you guys. Sorry, that was a little bit more complicated than I thought it was going to be. But
Thanks for